We are live.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Good to be back.
folks, yes, good to be back. It's Rolf with Sentinel Apologetics doing a impromptu live after ages. Um, Episode 2 of the Cosmos series is going to come out Monday. Just this That's totally different to what Daniel and I are going to be talking about. Um, so, in that context, Chris from Speaker's Corner has just announced his new book on the Islamic dilemma. So I've tagged Chris's YouTube handle, uh, and all the links are there related to the book release and the pre-order. And that leads to why I'm having this impromptu discussion here with Daniel, because this is the first time I've actually met him. There is actually in the backstage in private, we realize something about each other. There's a lot more that we share in common than I thought. Um, there is a an Indian connection of some type. I don't know if that's spoiling anything or if that's breaking boundaries for you, but I'll just leave it at that. Um, and yeah, we were I think we were chatting for about 10, 15 minutes, a bit more. Like, you were trying to understand where I'm coming from. Like, I was sharing with you my faith journey. Everyone in the central communities basically knows the same story. And then I started to say things that caught your attention, and maybe where we can launch from is if you can summarize. I'm interested to know your summary of the things I shared in private in 10, 15 minutes or whatever it was after Chris's stream. Just share like a summary of what you heard, what you understood, and then we'll go straight from there. And yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. It's actually fantastic to meet you. Um, Someone pretty close to where I live, and it's always nice. I'm trying to reach out to the other part of the world, and it's always this juggling with the time and everything. But now with someone local, it's always nice. And
Mhm.
yeah, what I heard from you is unorthodox to me, at least. I've been interacting with lots and lots of Christians everywhere I went, like in the UK, in the USA, and out here in Australia. And I've got this one narrative, which all the way has gotten a little, I should say, diluted. Like back in the day, when I think people woke up to knowledge, people just thought like, okay, we have this complete verbatim word of God, which is the Bible, word for word, and even they considered English Bible to me to be exactly at that level, not even the original biblical narration. So over the years, I think that strong-headedness has diluted, and people do recognize English as a translated work. Um, much more than it was when I was like starting off learning religion back in the day. But what has happened right now is that although people do understand translations to be human work, this phenomenon that like where I found Rob to be in is Bible is basically an accumulation or recuperation of all the human effort launched into uh, developing theology and doctrine, and from this effort that a group of humans make is where God sort of positions himself and functions and sort of has a contract with people. This is not the orthodox Christian view I have experienced thus far. I think this is the first time I should acknowledge that a unfaced kind of open narrative is being put forward to me by Rob, that this is the view that he subscribes to, that the compilation of the Bible really happened through human effort, and God just guided that human effort. And as a result, what we have is this volume of the Bible, um, with which I should really give you a heads up. all of the Christian friends that I have so far associated with would clearly disagree with. So I was trying to be inquisitive and curious as to with faith tradition do you align yourself in, and how do you sit in this tree of Christianity and things of that nature. If that makes sense. Did I summarize that
Yeah,
properly?
yeah. That was basically your reaction. You were reacting based on your interactions with Christians. And by the way, I do. It's not so. Also, to be very transparent with you, I don't want to be sly or cunning with my with with sharing all this, because yeah, I have to be honest. I have also, despite affirming the basics of the kerygma, the proclamation of the gospel, the orthodox nature of the gospel, like like my Christian family who hold to things like Trinity, faith alone, the five solas of the Reformation period, like just the basic tenets, the Nicene Creed. Unfortunately, when it comes to a more nuanced topics, things like inspiration or the inspiration of the Bible, or say in science, evolution, creationism. So this is where I have to admit, I don't. I will be. I'm definitely different to a lot of Christians. I would argue more so American Christians who hold to, say, young Earth creationism or a de novo creation of Adam and Eve and blah 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 blah. So, in other words, I hold to evolution. I believe Adam and Eve were not the first humans. I do believe they existed, but the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. All that stuff. So this is where I've noticed that advancing knowledge, especially in academia and especially in the context of the ancient Near East, actually better informs and corrects and refines, which ironically is part of the whole point of the Reformation anyway, to keep reforming, uh, our understandings of the what's called the perspicuity of Scripture. So perspicuity is just a fancy way of saying the clarity to its original audience. So scholars like Heiser, Walton, all these ancient Near Eastern scholars will argue that, and they're Christian, will argue that we need to understand its perspicuity because it was not written to us. It was written to them, but for us. So just a quick caveat as an example in the early church. So when the early church patristics start to run with really interesting, fanciful ideas, it's bittersweet because they are creative in their theology. For example, Augustine will say, you know, when the streams, like in Genesis 2, when it says, and the land was arid, but then an underground stream started to emerge and water the ground. That's to do with the barrenness of Mary, and then suddenly she got pregnant with Jesus, and so all these hyper allegorical applications in the text, based on their present circumstances, but put back onto say in this case the Genesis text. Obviously, the original Genesis author is not thinking, Mary and the birth of Jesus and so on. Same thing with Ezekiel, like the wheels in Ezekiel's vision, the four faces of the cherubim there. Oh, that must be the four Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So I'm well aware of Christians and Christianity and church tradition as running with these really they can be very interesting, sometimes very wild. But they're also wrong. Not all, but some can be pretty wrong and far-reaching because it's just making these, and we do it even today. Look at the TikTok generation now. Look at the way Christians are, where they just run with these wild connections that are not there in the text. So we have the Bible itself, and this is in Timothy as well. I'll start off this discussion with this statement in Timothy. So in 2 Timothy 2, we have Paul saying in verse 15, do your best. Actually, I'll share the screen so we can all see this together. Here we go. Do your best to present yourself to God as an approved worker who has nothing to be ashamed of, handling the word of truth with precision. And you can consult all the commentaries on this. The Greek for precision here is a medical term, basically like a stylus sort of knife that very precisely cuts and carves, in a very precise way to do very delicate, say, medical work or something like that. And that's precisely the point. The point is we have to be careful with our exegesis and not eisegetically read stuff. So in that context, things like inspiration is ever more so important then, especially in our discussion with the Quran, in understanding the Bible's version, which I would argue, based on what I was sharing in private, and we can talk more, is flatly in, not just in contradiction, but it's like an interesting polarity. Like it actually, it confirms for me more why I would reject the Quran more as per that tradition, the Islamic traditional argument for the way the Quran emerges. So, this is not my words, by the way. What I'll do is I'll just read this out, this statement. This is from a book called, let me bring up the title. This is from a book called The Bible Unfiltered. Michael Heiser is someone I mentioned to you before. In the chapter called Inspiration Was a Process, Not an Event, I'll zoom in just a bit more. And I won't read this whole part. I'll just read snippets of it just to give you a taste. That he says that I've heard some pretty strange explanations of inspiration about how God took control of the hand and mind of the writer, or how the author slipped into a heaven-sent trance state, or how the Spirit whispered the precise words into their minds, or maybe just impressed them into their consciousness. Frankly, all of that sounds more like an episode of The X-Files. It absolutely doesn't reflect what we actually find in Scripture. I'll skip all this down, but he gives examples of, what I shared in private, the first person, third person changes in Ezekiel as examples of, like, as Heiser says over here. So these switches are the telltale signs of an editor. The Holy Spirit is not suffering from schizophrenia. This material is clearly not dictated or downloaded or automated. And then he then argues for the humanness of the text. And he says, if I just skip down over here, God's role is no less significant and intentional. God chose a wide range of people and providentially, it's a keyword here, providentially, prepared them for the moment he would prompt them, either by his spirit or by someone else's influence, to write something down for the benefit of God's people, or to collect and edit material from a prophetic figure. God put them in situations that would lead to the need for them to write the message God wanted preserved. He didn't need to put them into a trance and manipulate their fingers. They didn't need hand-holding or mind control. They were his instruments, not his puppets. And then, in that context, minimizing or denying the humanity behind biblical authorship is a surefire way to undermine the doctrine of inspiration. So in other words, think about it. Notice this. If we deny the humanness of the biblical text, ergo, it's completely on God now, and then we say things like the Ten Commandments and everything else in the Genesis story, Atrahasis, the flood legends and so on, as being precisely that, no different to the other circumstantial, data-driven points, then God, exactly your point that you made in Chris's live stream, God is then, he knows nothing else but the Mesopotamian legends. This is why I bring up, with respect to the Quran, if the Quran is uniquely from Allah, but then the Quran has clear Syriac, like a substratum sort of Syriac text lurking underneath the text as we have it today, then it's like Allah knows of nothing else but what happened in those first 5 centuries of the Common Era. So, but if the Bible is human first, then Heiser's point over here, where he says, explaining the Bible as something dispensed from a superintelligent deity from out of the ether is irreconcilable with what we see in it. On the other hand, defining inspiration as a long process guided unfailingly by providence helps account for the phenomena of Scripture. So embracing the humanity is enormously helpful understanding what's actually in the Bible in terms of its, and this is the key term, untidiness and its artistry. So if we have God working with an already human work, that shows a more grander form of omniscience than him just like forcing them to be like, no, I want you to have this T cross and that I dotted, and that's that. As traditional Muslims will say about that, this is exactly what the Quran is. It's a clear Arabic. That is exactly what Allah intentioned. So that's my point. Like the point is, when I then see comparative examples in the ancient Near East that the Bible is working with polemically, I then see, shared memory, similar content, so we can put all ticks to all that. Now, which deity got it right? Was it Marduk? Was it the Egyptian deities? Was it whoever? El? It's Yahweh. But if the Quran is uniquely Allah, and no human made the Quran, it's just Allah. Now, Allah is on the hot seat for having repeated what we know to be legends and fables in history. So that's what I was going to then respond back to in our private dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, this is again gives me the opportunity to lay forward my objection. Now, the backdrop is this: like, Allah is not operating in a vacuum. There has been this legacy of a series of prophets, biblical prophets. So there is a huge history, large, in fact, a millennium and a half worth of history of divine communication that has happened in the backdrop of the Quran. So Allah is not operating in a vacuum. Obviously, one would expect the truths to have had a sort of a footprint in the demographics of the region. Okay, so people, traditions who are aligned with this legacy of the prophets somehow have received elements of truth. Okay, and Bible is one such volume that documents much of it, and you also have the Syriac writings by the church fathers, patristic pillars of Christianity, and stuff like that. Now, within this backdrop is where Allah is authoring the Quran, right? And now, why would that be a necessary hot seat for this accusation that God just knows only the fables? It need not be the case. How much? Now, the obvious question that surfaces from there is how much percentage of the Quran relies on the Syriac substrate? What is the percentage of the Quran that relies on Syriac substrate? In fact, so if it is not as significant, which I don't think it is, right? So then obviously, um, what stops the Quran? What stops God from communicating the elements of truth which people in a different part of the world would have already known? Because it's the same God who did communicate previously the truth to previous peoples. So, what stops God from rehashing those truths when He communicates all over again to a isolated people who did not basically care about a biblical office of prophethood? Basically, they were disinterested. They've, I mean, even if I grant that, like they were somehow interested, what we see of unique of polytheism or a pagan style of tradition is they don't hesitate to sort of accommodate or induct a plethora of gods who are foreign to them. Okay, they just induct one more. But what we see typical of in Mecca, especially, is Jesus had not gotten inducted as a god that they would revere to or admire to, right? So this tradition was um, not biblical. They did not have a soft corner for biblical legacy, and as such, that tells us that they would not be just interested. So it was, in a way, isolated tradition. Now, in this backdrop, when the Quran introduces itself to these people, stating, "You did not know these things, you were not privy to those things," although these things might have been spoken in the larger demographic, but you weren't really privy to this, you weren't interested to this, it's sort of type of information. So this is the first time I'm giving you this information, and you're learning. I mean, one of the things, Rob, is this: like Shia and the Sunni traditions go back to like 14th centuries now, right? Okay, long time back, all right, almost at the beginning of Islam, like 30, 35 years, 35 AH is when there's a civil war, and these traditions split into Shia and Sunni. Now, when I was growing up, I heard a lot of stories about the Shias growing up as a Sunni. Okay. And it was only time when I researched and learned, I realized much of that was just lies being told on the Shia tradition. Okay. Lies that Shias never practiced, they never believed. It was not their doctrine. But as a Sunni, that such is the information that I got fed with. Okay, so this tells us, even though these traditions have survived for a millennium and more, the actual interaction, substance-based interaction between these two groups was bare minimal. So the larger demographic were just going off from hearsays and forging lies about each other, and they just relied on that, even though there was a rich textual tradition, rich documentation. There were both Shia and Sunnis had respective literary traditions where they documented, commented, and expressed their beliefs in many, many, many books that you can count. So, despite all of that, the general population would succumb to fables. Okay, and there is no promising interaction happening between the general population. All right. Now, this is similar to, you can imagine, it only becomes um, um, amplified going back to the 7th century, when there is no writing records in Mecca, at least in that part of the world, in Hijaz. People are not writing down things. They are not having libraries. You could have that in the Levant, but not so much in the Hijaz. So you can imagine how much privy people in Mecca would have been to the information of the larger world. They weren't really interested. They had their own lifestyle. Um, they had their own chores doing, their own stories to tell, their own audience, their own fables to make, and all of that sort of stuff. So in this backdrop, when the Quran is operating and saying, "You did not know this, and I'm giving you this information," okay. So, and that's the stage set for the Quran, and that's how the Quran approaches these people. Okay. So I kind of lost where I started and why I'm telling you these things. If you can remind me, what was the
Well,
what was
well, I
the
think I think where you're going with that is, uh, you need, as I suppose you could say, like a window dressing or some sort of backdrop to sort of then further push forward. Like if you're in
yeah
God's shoes, so to speak, he already needs a preset of conditions to then further his cause. In this case, Muhammad being a successor to the previous generation of
and the thing,
prophets.
yeah, the
And
thing
in this
is
case,
this.
there's an Arabian context at play, and
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So why what would it's I mean, if God were to communicate to man, which was like this out of the ordinary event. Okay, so there's people in Makkah doing their own thing, whatever they did. Now, for if God were to touch a man in Makkah, just like he touched a man in Israel, okay, say for example Moses. So God touches this man Moses, okay. Now, there is a change induced, and that change that is induced cannot be wishfully thought of as okay, God was not able to give them words, give Moses words, but he was only inducing Moses to forage himself in his path and meet all of these people and speak to them these sort of words. The obvious question that I would ask is what stopped God from inducing words or specific messages when God dispatched Moses to go to Pharaoh and request to have children of Israel released? How did God arrange this so Moses could, out of his own volition, realize that this is what was needed to be done? And what stopped God from not texting him a downloaded file, like a file that he downloaded, basically, in terms of the vocabulary that you showed me in a book,
I'm just
X files
imagining
or
instead of an actual tablet, an iPad tablet, ding,
yeah,
like a ping happens.
yeah,
I
exactly.
just got a PM. Yep, no worries. Yeah.
So this is a objection that I would
Go
say
tell Pharaoh, let my
on
people
the
go.
on the
Yeah.
ontological side of the story. When God is getting in touch with man, what are his limitations, and why does he have those limitations? Or what stops him from giving words? And if not, then don't you think it becomes only complex in how God guides these individuals? Like for example, Moses before that had maybe he had thought about the misery of his people after he learned that he was a fellow Israelite. He would have thought, my people are being really subjected to this awful, um, times to live for labor to the pharaohs and stuff like that. He would have had compassion for sure, but I don't think Moses would have contemplated to a point that he would go and challenge Pharaoh to have his people released without having an eye view of how he would or what he would do with these people, where he would bring them to, or what would be the means of subsistence for these people. I think there's a lot over there for Moses to contemplate, and I don't think he had contemplated that, to be honest with you, until and unless he was prompted by God with this message to go and seek the release of the children of Israel. So if God can prompt Moses with those messages, he can also give them 10 commandments, which apparently, according to the biblical writings, he did write them on the tablets, like verbatim words. Okay, so if that is a tradition that God had established with Israelites, then that's what we find in the prophets. Jeremiah, when Jeremiah quotes the Lord, the words of the Lord came to me, and he just verbatim utters them. So if that tradition was valid tradition with which God communicated, that would have been the case with Jesus, and that would have been the case with Muhammad, and nothing would impede God giving words to the prophets in late antiquity or in in the first or the seventh century.
Yeah, I think there's so much there that you said is valid and excellent because trust me, there's just so much meaty, good data that I can respond with and clarify, not refute. What you've given is
Mm.
vital ammunition to further bolster the Christian, or in this case, the full gamut of the biblical thing that, or the cosmic epic of the Bible per se, really. Which then can then lead to this thing we call the Quran, because that same thing can apply. In other words, your question is so valid, not just Moses, but everyone successive. And as for the Christian claim, Jesus then is the finality of it, as for Christians. So then why, what the heck? Muhammad is like, wait, it didn't stop at Jesus? That's the implication. And since you're, and this is a side point, since when I was tagging you for the stream, so I had to look up your YouTube, and I noticed you have, Daniel, the book of Daniel, and
Yeah.
So that's interesting because you have a very interesting prophecy in Daniel 9 and about the sealing up of the prophecy, the finality of it, the finality of everything at the end of the 70th week, which I believe is the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus, and we can touch on that um, when I lay all this out. So you came up with Moses as an example. So let's first leap off a friend of mine on development, sort of like a clarification. He says, God told Moses to say X, and Moses said, I'm not good at that. And God said to take Aaron with him and then say X. So it's interesting that the Bible, if it's written by humans, you also have very normal but very interesting human-like psychology at play. But it's very raw with it. It's like, oh, actually, I'm not good at that. All right, fine. Take someone who's good at that and then continue with that. So that's the first point. Second point is that I think your question or your line of reasoning, where it's ultimately heading, is the mechanism by which all of this operates at the end of the day. Like, how is God really engaging the humans per se? So in Islamic tradition, the cave situation, Gabriel, the Ikra, recite. Again, a slight point on that. That means Allah is never directly face to face with Muhammad per se. There's no like basically as you see in Jeremiah, as you brought up these examples where you have Yahweh or the word of Yahweh directly anthropomorphically engaging with the prophet. Rather, you have this mediator, this in this case this angel Gabriel, that is mediating between Allah and the human. But you and I both know that Gabriel and the human are both creatures. And therefore, we're an infinite chasm away from the omni being, this deity that is omni, which is Allah. So my question is, if Muhammad can't, as a finite creature, directly engage with that which is not finite, then okay, fine. If Gabriel is of a higher ontological level than Muhammad, he's still a creature. How can Gabriel then reach the infinite to then get accurately what the infinite wants to say with respect, the situation? So
I
this
just
then
make a
leads to
point
this
here,
very
if you, if it's okay. Can I make a point here?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
go for it. Yeah.
the thing is, Christians not. I do understand the Christian paradigm does not allow to think the spirit is Gabriel, but the Islamic position is that the spirit is the Gabriel, is angel Gabriel is the spirit. So in the Bible, with Jesus, it's the same thing happening. Gabriel is interacting, although the language is spirit is interacting with Jesus. So, but that spirit is interpreted in Islam as angel Gabriel. Okay. So, with the same with the prophets, because this is what we're being told even by Peter in Second Peter's, where he says prophets receive guidance through the Spirit, or they receive words through the Spirit. So the Spirit is basically Gabriel.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
and by the way, I enjoyed this discussion. Uh, the unfortunate thing with discussions like this that can be very granular is that suddenly we go into tangents and then forget where we're going. So I'm
Yeah.
going to try and remember all the points. But what you just said there about Second Peter 1, this is my contention with the Jehovah's Witnesses. So the Jehovah's Witnesses actually remove a word that's actually there in the Greek text. It says the Spirit of Christ in the Greek text, pneuma Christos. Oops, because then you have a juxtaposition with Holy Spirit in literally the verse after, and then Peter says, "And angels look into this." So in as per the critical scholars that you're familiar with, they hold to divine council imagery. Genesis 1 is about Yahweh and his council, right? Divine council members. Obviously, in the biblical paradigm, it would be Michael, Gabriel, and all the other sons of God as divine council members. There's a member of the divine council, as per the two powers concept. So the second power, the second Yahweh, that mediates between the first power and the rest of the council. Peter is working with that. Peter's saying it's the Spirit of Christ, or that second council member who is the second Yahweh, that was within the Old Testament prophets writing, and these are what the other members of the council look into. But the Jehovah's Witnesses understand the high Christological claims of that verse, and they deliberately, and you can check this out, or any Jehovah's Witness listening to this, they lowercase the capital S Spirit there, Spirit of Christ, that all translations have. They lowercase it as Spirit and delete Christ. And it's so subtle because then, well, what spirit? Is it the human spirit? Is it some angelic spirit? There you go. And that opens the door to things like what you just said there. But the text actually has Spirit of Christ. So, coming back to, because you brought up Moses, and I think it was really good that you brought that up, because I want to show you, again, the psychology at play with Moses. So, oops.
Let us come back to this,
Mm-hmm.
like how God is communicating with man, basically. And
Yes, that's what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
that's what I'm going to do with this. So Hebrews 1 starts like this: God, having spoken in former times in fragmentary and varied fashion to our forefathers by the prophets. So just that one verse alone. Think about the anthropological context, the evolution even of, with Abraham. He's obviously a Chaldean type. He's speaking Akkadian. Moses, he's not speaking Akkadian. He'll be speaking a type of hieroglyph, Egyptian. Daniel, he's speaking Aramaic. All the way up until, in these last days, the son in this context would be Jesus, so Greek. And not just that, the theophanies are different. Moses with the burning bush doesn't repeat itself. You don't see burning bushes with anyone else except Moses. With Abraham, God is taking on Mesopotamian titles like El, and all these these more archaic terms. Daniel, however, is dealing with what's called the Baal cycle, the Ancient of Days, right? Which is a very Babylonian 6th, 7th century BC sort of context. And that's where I'm going with this. So when we come to the Exodus account, notice that Moses, as a Jew, is aware of his traditions, but he's not familiar with this deity. After all, he's taken in a basket as a baby, and psychologically, he's Egyptian. Through and through. Then he has this encounter. He goes away, has this encounter, and it speaks about, this burning fire incident. And if you go down to verse 13, he asks a very normal Egyptian question. What is your name? Because the Egyptian priests and in Egyptian religion, the name is associated with function and ontology and what this deity is like and what this deity does. So, for example, Aten for sun, Ra, and thought. Like you have all these deities that are localized as per the phenomena. So it's a very normal question then, as an Egyptian, to ask that question. And then the response is, this is who I am. I am. Now, you may notice some translations say, I am that I am, or I will be who I will be. But this is a very literal rendering of the Hebrew as per Dwayne Garrett's translation here, that there's a pause. So here is a way of saying I am. So this is who I am. And you're waiting in anticipation. Okay, what's your name? And there is no name. It's just I am. In other words, it's bad grammar. And that is brand new. That's revolutionary, actually. So when we then go to, for example, when we then go to, let me show you over here, in Exodus 6:3. because I want to really hone in on this. How does God interact with humans? So I'm just sort of building it to that case.
So you,
So
at
when
this
God,
point, basically,
Mhm.
you are carrying this insinuation that God is having a conversation with Moses through words
Yes,
that
but
Moses
but the
repeats.
question
Yeah.
is who. The question is who is having that conversation. So yes, it is God. So later on in chapter 6, you have a clarification. And so God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh. But Yahweh, don't forget, is the third person rendering of that I am back in chapter 3. So in other words, even the term Yahweh is a nonsense term. It makes no sense. That's why Jews come up with Hashem, the name, or Adonai, the Lord. Like they
Yeah.
try and give more reasonable titles. But think about it, a deity that says, I have no name, means you can't localize a deity in any natural phenomena. He's not Shemesh, the sun god. He's not Sin, the moon god. He is all of it. So what human language or term in any human language could he then describe that? Well, you can't. There is no term for it. So the only response he can give is, if I transcend this whole cosmos, then I can't. You can't. There's no human term you could ever use. No syllable, no consonant, nothing you can use to describe who I am. It's just I am. So
Yeah.
notice,
I'm of the
notice
same
again.
opinion.
Right. So notice
I'm
here
of
in
the same
chapter
opinion that
six.
God hasn't got a name. Yeah.
Right. So notice here in chapter 6, verse 3, he repeats that same thing. He's basically saying, I'm the I am. He then says, I appeared. Oops, I thought no one could see God. So I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob. And now notice this. He's using a very archaic, like, Chaldean language as El Shaddai. But by my name, which is this name now he's revealing to Moses, which is a non-name, I was not known to them. Why? Because if God is speaking in a language that is current with Moses and a type of Hebrew tongue that's current with Moses, it would be anachronistic if Abraham was speaking Hebrew, because there was no Hebrew language at the time of Abraham. There was no Hebrew at the time of even, say, Noah or Adam, if you're going back thousands and thousands of years before. So it's important that God then says, as per the more ancient tongue, that this is how I was called. But now, in the progress of history, in the evolution of the situation, you now, for the first time, you understand me as Yahweh. Okay. Now, you said, so bringing this to Muhammad and the Quran, and again to bring it back to how does God then interact with the humans. So I'm going to now share with you, I'll bridge it, I'll use Daniel here as a bridge, now that I've sort of set that up. Here is the Babylonian, godhead, if you want to call it that, or the Babylonian sort of hierarchy of deities. You have El, which is in slot number 1, but notice the slot is the highest slot. Then Baal, his son, Asherah, the consort. Then you have what's called a generic Bene Elohim, which is the sons of El. And then even under them, you have the Malachim, the messengers, the angels. Okay, so Daniel, as per Daniel 7, notice he has to work with Babylonian language now. He's aware of the Baal cycle, which is precisely this hierarchical structure. In writing, he then says that when the Son of Man approaches the Ancient of Days, so Ancient of Days would be an El slot, Son of Man, the Cloud Rider, is Baal slot, and Daniel's basically saying the Son of Man figure is Yahweh. So he's now modified the Babylonian hierarchy. He's put Yahweh in El slot, Yahweh again in Baal slot. They can't be distinguished. They're indistinguishable now. He's even removed Asherah and just replace Asher with a generic B'nai Elohim, and then under them the standard Malachim, the messengers. And now the question is, as you can see in this chart over here, so you have a divine council at Ugarit and divine council of Israel. So slot 1 is El, which for the Jew, polemically saying, it's Yahweh. But then what do we do with Baal in slot number 2? Oh, I'm going to shift slot number 2 up so it becomes slot number 1A and slot number 1B, and they're both Yahweh. And then the question is, you're telling me that Yahweh can be in 2 places at the same time? Like you have a hypostasis now? Like a 2 and yet 1? And it's the second slot figure that is running around having direct physical, like what, as a Muslim, as you believe that Gabriel is the one directly, in this case, squeezing Muhammad or telling him to recite, or there's like an actual tangible sort of experience happening between Muhammad and Gabriel. But for the Christian or for the biblical author, it's not the angels. Rather, it's the second slot figure that is directly interact with Moses. It's the second slot figure that was with Abraham, all the way to Jeremiah. Because see, it says the word of Yahweh put his hand in Jeremiah's mouth and so on. So this then leads to, see, as you can see, an angel of Yahweh, glory man in Ezekiel, word. There's the Jeremiah reference down over here. So this then leads to the Christian claim. Ah, yes, John 1:1. In the beginning was the word, and this word figure was the one that's face to face with God. And the word became flesh. Oh, and verse 18 in John 1. No one has seen God. Yeah, but then how do you explain all these appearances and visions and engagements? And then John clarifies, it's the monogenes theos, the unique God who's at the Father's side, is the one that exegetes the Father. Boom. It just, John deals with that straight away. So that's where I'm going with this. Your question is a very good question. And I'm saying that infinite chasm between the always, the one who can't be named, the mediator has to be connected to him ontologically in order to, at the same time, communicate the inspired, if you want to call it inspiration, or what he wants to communicate to the creatures. You can't have a creature class, in this case Gabriel, do that bridging, because he's himself a creature that requires some sort of mediation between Allah and himself. And that's what I've always asked Muslims. And in fact, maybe I'll conclude with this and then I'll give you time to respond. Surah 42, Ayah 51 is very interesting. It says, Allah can't communicate unless he speaks through various means. And one of those means is behind a hijab, behind a veil. And as a Christian, I go, what does that imply? Because as per Islamic tradition, what's the hijab? What's the veil? Literally in your tradition, it says, it's there to conceal his glory from melting the mountains and destroying creation. What does that imply ontologically with respect to the hijab? It has to be an Allah 2.0 or some sort of second Allah thing to withstand Allah's glory to protect the creation. The Christian answer is, that's Jesus. That's the second person Trinity, the second power. So then Jesus completes it. Then when we have the full kenosis, the emptying, the full like he becomes incarnate, and there's not just a hypostasis between Father and Son, but now there's a hypostasis between stardust, the cosmos, you and I as evolved stardust, with the one that can't be defined in the incarnation. Then the all-powerful being can solve the death question that I was sharing with you in private. Then the thermodynamics, the entropy, the chaos kampf, the struggle with chaos that this whole universe is succumbing to, is wrapped up in that incarnation and then therefore resolved. The early church called this theosis, glorified, is resolved in the resurrection. and hence that language, death has been swallowed up in life. So, but I don't see that anywhere in the Quran. Rather, I see the whole thing as a test. Allah doesn't really have a theosis concept in mind. It's just He creates, and then there's this picking and choosing, and the hereafter is like those who believe in the, the what's it called again? The Arabic term for Abraham. He's the in Surah 4 he calls him the Hanif. If you hold to the Hanif concept, then you're saved. Otherwise, you're not saved. But then that falls into a logical question. What is the mechanism by which Allah saves? How do we see Allah in the resurrection? What's the mechanism He utilizes? All unanswered, but the Bible answers it. So, yeah, go
Yeah,
take
I
your
mean,
time. Like I know that's a
yeah.
lot, but take your time.
No, thanks. I mean, I'm learning from you, your position, and some of the things that I'm dealing on the internet these days, and I can see the thought process behind that. But actually, we were talking about the ontological limitation of establishing a formal communication with man. Um, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I would like to understand a bit more from you, because the example that you gave in our private chat was the Code of Hammurabi, matching
Oh, and
with
the forward,
90%,
how the text
90%
is
of
forward
the
looking or something.
90% of the of the
Yeah.
Ten Commandments. You said the Code of Hammurabi sort of has a match there, and you
Mm.
just made a statement that the Israelites just collected the righteous elements of what was largely known to humanity, and they synthesized a contract with their sovereign, the sovereign God, as
Hmm.
they would abide in or they would abide with. So technically, you made a point that God did not communicate verbatim Ten Commandments. It was the Israelites themselves who efforted to collect these righteous elements as a doctrine for them to have a contract with their sovereign Lord. Okay,
Hmm.
so I want to just square our discussion onto this area of interest where
Hmm.
sort of had an objection to this, from the point of view that the story in Deuteronomy goes like this: that Moses went up to the mountain, God carved the tablets, and basically literally wrote it, the Ten Commandments. So how would that tally up with the narrative that you would want to dress the Bible into, that it is collectibles of Israelites in the culture they're found in, and they gather all these words and then they have a contract with their sovereign Lord? How would that tally up and become compatible is my question.
Yes. So, um, maybe there's a slight misunderstanding, or maybe I need to clarify. Um, there's not. It's not like the Israelites that are coming out of Egypt. It's not like they literally know nothing, and so God, who is aware of the other cultures, like the Middle Assyrian laws and Code of Hammurabi laws and whatever, and it's like, I can't think of anything better, so I'm gonna like a pastiche, pish pash. I'll use pish pash in that Indian context. It's not like, yeah, I'm gonna, yeah, oh, yeah, that looks good. Oh yeah, that looks good. Because don't forget, as I clarified to you in private, you have the gods of the nations that are fallen and hence sinful, and are then propping up these religions as per the humans that are of the nations. It would be weird for Yahweh, who is true and just, to be influenced by ultimately what happens to be demonic oppression, ever so subtle. So, uh, what I'm saying is these. It's not. Humans are not in a vacuum. They're not thinking in a vacuum. Humans already have a shared cultural river, already like a shared memory of things they may have different terms and terminologies for these things. Like, for example, Utnapishtim and Noah phonetically sound totally different. But Utnapishtim is precisely the Noah figure as per the Genesis story. It's just that Noah is a typological name, because see, Noah means rest, and things like that. So that's what I'm getting at. So when the Israelites come out of Egypt, it's a repetition of that suzerain that happened with Abraham. Don't forget, Abraham was with other gods. So let me just quickly, because my mind is sort of racing with all these thoughts, so I'm trying to be systematic and careful, and I need to slow down with you because I know this is a lot to unpack. So I'll just keep my my window open. I'll show you this. At the end of Joshua, you have see the renewal of the covenant, right? The Lord's covenant renewed. Joshua said to the people, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: Long ago, your ancestors, including Terah, the father of Abraham and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates River." So we know where that is. "And they worshipped other gods. But I took your ancestor Abraham from the land beyond the Euphrates and led him into the land of Canaan." And then now a new suzerain situation is happening with Abraham. So Genesis 12, 13, 14, 15, especially in 15, you have the animal pieces that God goes through. Okay. The point here, though, is Abraham already has a pre-knowledge of Chaldean superstition. So you have then the true God going and or basically hitting a conundrum here. Here's a finite creature that is pre-built with a preset of psychological education with respect to that culture. How am I going to de-psychologize and de-mythologize everything that this human being is aware of? Well, the only way to start is to, I kid you not, be like an atheist. And I'll give you, remember in our private discussion where I said I wanted to give you a quick example from Genesis, the creation days? So in Genesis, on the fourth creation day, I like to argue that it's like as if an atheist, like say a Lawrence Krauss or something, going back in time and being a total outlier in saying that the sun is not Shemesh, that the moon is not sin. And the only way to argue that, you can't argue with ontology. You can't say the sun is just a natural material thing, because there is no vocabulary in the language to even conceive of that. So to really break it down for these people, it's just a great light. And the moon, it's just a smaller light. It's, in other words, deliberate grammar for a greater purpose. So, deliberate bad grammar for a greater purpose. So in other words, if I told you, oh, this great light looks wonderful this evening, the sunset, no one talks like that. But the text is talking like that deliberately to make the point that it's not a deity, it's not Shemesh, because Shemesh is the term for sun, but it can also be the term for the deity. So it avoids even the term Shemesh to make that point. So you have God having the issue where he's having to reverse things moving forward. Why? And so why is that the case? Well, Deuteronomy. Notice that the Song of Moses is all about how did all this start? Where did all this begin? How do we start as a nation? Why do we exist? So in verse 7, remember the days of long ago. Think about the generations past. Ask your father and he will inform you. Inquire of yellers and they will tell you. Notice memory language. This is not in a vacuum. They already have all this pre-knowledge in their mind, in their traditions, in their tribes. Verse 8. When the Most High, notice a very Chaldean term, El Elyon, not a Hebrew term. When the Most High assigned lands to the nations. When did that happen? Oh yeah, back in Genesis 10. After Noah, distribution of the lands. When he divided up the human race. Okay, when did that happen? Oh yeah, the Tower of Babel. The following chapter, Genesis 11, still before Abraham. He established the boundaries of the peoples according to the number in his heavenly court. Wait, what? So now, divine council imagery. So in other words, the supreme God, where the Tower of Babel happens to be the culmination of all the rebellions from Genesis 3, the Garden Rebellion, then Genesis 6, another rebellion that caused the flood, then another bigger one, the Babel Rebellion. Finally, when he calls Abraham, all of humanity is now distributed under the control of the gods that are actually legitimately real, of the nations. Which, by the way, Daniel brings that up in Daniel chapter 10. This notion of Michael having to contend with the prince of Persia and so on. This prince language is to do with the deities of those locations. But notice verse 9. God is not going to, the one who is all powerful, omni. It would look like he's pretty insignificant if he can't even control his own creation or bring order back, so to speak. So what's his solution? Verse 9. For the people of Israel belong to the Lord. Jacob is his special possession. And again, very quickly, in Jeremiah 10, this is to now fast forward to just before the exile. You have Israel given that nickname, special possession. Again, see, but the God of Israel is no idol. Notice that language. He is the creator of everything that exists, including Israel, his own special possession. So much so that another one of my favorite translations reads it like this. Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. Because that's technically what the term means back in Deuteronomy. Like Jacob is his inheritance, the portion of Jacob. So what I'm saying is there's a grand epic narrative, Israel versus the nations, Yahweh versus the gods, for the whole Old Testament up until Jesus. And then the whole point of Jesus and the incarnation is, yes, it's dealing with the death question, but it's to bring back a reversal of the Babel situation. Pentecost is where all the nations gather, hear the message, and understand that the true God who started it all with Abraham has now become incarnate, solved the death question, defeated the gods. They have no reign now. They have no rule in any distributed land because he's bought them back through his sacrifice. And therefore, he's the end. He's the culmination. As per Daniel 9, he's the seal, the ending of the prophecy that the whole Old Testament was talking about. Ergo, how does this make any sense to then continue, like with Muhammad, to then continue what was already finished in Jesus? Because you already have a reclaiming back of the nations, salvation happening, Jesus defeating the gods. It seems like it's unnecessary, or it just makes no sense for God to then suddenly go, the way I used to do things with all these people leading up to Jesus, you know what? Maybe I think I need to have one more shot at this, like maybe another sequel, like a sequel trilogy. And yeah, I'm going to start with Muhammad in Arabia of all places. And oh, by the way, you guys don't know all these past stories, so I have to download this information into your minds because you haven't read these stories. And then that leads to the Islamic dilemma stuff we've been talking about, because then when we compare Allah's notes regarding these previous stories, but they're not the previous stories. They are creative refurbishments that only come about in the Common Era period. So I can't. Therefore, I can't believe that the Quran comes from the Almighty God, because why would the Almighty God basically copy and paste, but then reword some stuff, but basically copy and paste tafsir stuff, legends of the Common Era period, the first 5 centuries of the Common Era. So
Okay, so I think we are getting back to this train track that we actually started off.
Yes.
Basically, what percentage of the Quranic material do you think rests on the Syriac substrata?
Oh, yeah, good question. I base
It's very
now.
tiny. I mean, you can put up a figure, but I can say it's tiny. The Quranic volume is a big, massive volume, and um, I do listen to some of the people that talk about the Quran a little bit. Like even Isa Kabir was talking in the show earlier. He was like, I think he said this a couple of times that the Quran was a poem, and I was like, okay. I mean, I can take your word for what the Quran is, but I can also take the word for what the Quran says about itself. And the Quran doesn't say that it is a poem. It in fact says it's not a poem. And I wonder what sort of poems go on and dictate legislation. Oh, like you have chunks and chunks of legislation in the Quran.
Mhm.
It's not a. It can't be really classified as a poem for that, for the simple fact that there is legislation being given, doctrine being dished out. There is stories being told, and stories don't get told in poems. Stories get told in storytelling. So there is this. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, Quran may have some information that's found in the pastoral work of the Syriac Christian literature, for sure.
Mhm.
And my point being this: that literature that the church leaders um, wrote about in terms of homilies, they're not sourcing that from, or they're not fabricating it. They have a office with which it would be sourced from. It would be from John the Baptist, the Qumran community, the Essenes community, the people of the Jewish groups who believed in Christ as a messianic figure, who believed in John the Baptist, may have learned a lot of things from them, and a lot of things the church fathers, the later church fathers in the 5th century and in the 7th century would have written them down. Not a problem at all. These could be elements of truth which people learned from the offices of the prophets. Okay, and if the
Mhm.
Quran does mention, it's not going to be into problem because it mentions them. But the
Yep.
the salient feature being what percentage of the Quran does have a Syriac substrate. Obviously, there may be a story or two, but for how long do you can go and sort of assert how big is the Syriac literature, and what portion of replication do you reckon has happened? These are the important questions where we need to have some objective data points, statistics with which we can work around and say, okay,
Mm.
the author of the Quran was just borrowing from this source, just to be objective. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yep. And by the way, you may notice comments by someone who's done a lot, like a deep dive, more than I have, with the
Can you bring
Syriac
up that comment?
literature
About
farmhouse.
30%?
Yeah, like so
30%?
she
That would
has.
be
Yeah, well,
that.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of a tongue in cheek situation over here because I mean I like that. Like she's like me, sassy and to the point. Um, like, does that mean eternal God went through the whole beautiful biblical narrative just for Ephraim to exist and write down a part of his eternal word? So, what? Okay, here's what she's getting at, and I'll give you something to think about here. Here is everything I just shared, and by the way, this is connected to your question about the percentage and this topic of the Quran. Here is now a chart that summarizes what the Bible is saying God's story is. See, you have divine rebellions 1, 2, and 3, Genesis 3, 6, 11. The fulcrum, what I tell all my new Christians who come into the faith, what I tell them is the fulcrum verse that is like the most important is Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 and 9. Because that is the groundwork by which you can explain everything that happens after, from Exodus down to exile, that then leads to Jesus. Okay, in that context, here's coming back to that percentage, that 30% figure. In that context, you know how they discovered the Quranic manuscripts, like the Birmingham manuscript, and some carbon dated. Well, actually, the original study carbon dated pretty, like the late 6th century, so late 500s, which caused a little bit of a because Muhammad's supposedly born 570 CE and all that stuff. So, but what's curious is what chapter of the Quran is preserved by those earliest finds. And you know what surah it is? So in other words, the earliest manuscript we have the Quran that Muslims go, see, it vindicates that this is the original Quran, as it's never been changed, it's always been the case. The next logical question is, well, what chapter of the Quran is demonstrated by the Birmingham find? It's Surah 18. And Surah 18 has Dhul Qanayn. Surah 18 also has what's called the Cave of Treasures, the famous sleepers of Ephesus. That's all Syriac. That, in other words, I would argue just Surah 18 alone, as for the Birmingham discovery, is 100% Syriac. Obviously, there's 114 chapters of the Quran, which will bring down the percentage. But just based on the earliest manuscripts that we have, that is not the full Quran, but just those chapters, 100% Syriac.
What percentage of the Quran is found in the Birmingham manuscript?
Oh, that's a good question.
What
You'll
percentage
have
of the Quran is
to.
found?
Yeah, that's a good question. You'll have to Google that one, because I don't know that. But what I do know is that the manuscripts that have been discovered, the next question you have to ask is, what chapters of the Quran is there? And Surah 18 is one of them. And
so the Birmingham Quran manuscript, as I can read from here,
I'll
just pull this up on the screen share if you want to.
Yep, go for it. Go for it. And this is a very good question by Farmers as well. Yes, I do. Bring this up.
Okay, so basically it says the Birmingham Quran manuscript contains approximately 1 to 1.5% of the entire Quranic text. That's very small.
Yes.
The manuscript categorized as consists of only 2 parchment leaves, 4 pages. It is a small fragment rather than a complete book. According to the details provided by the University of Birmingham, this includes parts of the following chapters: 18 Kahf, around like 15 verses, which I believe is the. Let me see what is contained in that. Okay. So 18.
So 17 to 31 is the
It starts from midway of the Ephesus Brothers of Ephesus story. Midway.
Yeah.
So the actual story begins at verse number 9, and the story ends. The story ends at verse number 26, and then
it continues into Dhul Qanayn. Yep.
It continues into a different theme. So okay.
Yeah, but the different thing is Dhul Qanayn. Don't forget the 2-horn one, the Alexander Romance, which is thoroughly Syriac.
The Zulkarnain story begins on verse 83. Okay, that's not found in the Birmingham manuscript, though.
Oh, sorry.
In Surah 19.
Then it may not be the. Wait, let's see here. Earliest.
So, okay, basically in Surah 19, verses 91 to 98 is where I think it's the contents of the Quran is basically refuting Christological claims. And Surah 21 to 40 is the story of Moses in the thick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, in It's a very small material, to be precise, and it does contain. I mean, look, obviously the position is this: Birmingham manuscript should have been 100% found. It's only found to be like 1.5% is found. Okay, so obviously the
Mm.
whole Quranic manuscript would have been sourced if it would be found, but it's just not found. That's the whole point. Um, no,
Ah, yes.
my
Okay. So what I read is, so for example, Angelica Newworth, when this Birmingham manuscript was discovered, so it says here radiocarbon confirms a parchment of the Birmingham to date between 568 and 645 with 95% accuracy, placing it within the lifetime immediately after the death of Muhammad.
mm,
And key details, location, the verses of Dhul Kanain appear in early Hijazi script representing some of the oldest surviving written evidence of this chapter. And textual evidence is that scholars from the University of Birmingham note that the 7th century manuscripts demonstrate that the Quran was written down in its present form very early, including the narrative of Dhul Kanain. And then, while not stated in the text, academic consensus suggests the story shares common themes with the Syriac Alexander legend, which evolved in the 5th to 6th centuries, with the Quranic account often seen as an earlier independent retelling of these motifs. So that's right. So just to correct myself, the Birmingham manuscript doesn't have the Dhul Kanain actually there in writing. So indeed, it does preserve 17 to 31, which is the cave sleeper stuff. The question, so where I was going with that, which I wasn't wrong on that, by the way. So I was correct on that about the cave sleeper. The question is there any variance, actual difference between the Quran that you have in your hand right now and the Birmingham manuscript's rendition of the same cave story from 17 to 31? Because then this led the scholars to go, well, if you already have a verbatim, basically carbon copy, word for word, spelling for spelling of the verses going down, ergo, if it's the same Dhul Kanain as we have it in the Quran today, it has the Dhul Kanain, because the manuscript is broken, right? We don't have the full, so then it has to include the Dhul Kanain. But the point is, the original point here is the question about the Syriac. Like, what status Syriac do we have? I'm arguing that the Birmingham manuscript is an example where you have right there in Surah 18 just a complete dependence on Syriac stuff, which is the cave situation and Dhul Kanain later.
now again, these are stories that are actually prevalent, pretty famous at that point in time, in the Levant, basically, where, because these people, the sleepers of the cave, were Christian people, basically Christian believers, who were being persecuted by the Roman authorities, and their miraculous sleep away for hundreds of years, and being woken up when the period had changed and the empire had just converted into Christianity and become believers. This was a popular tale, okay, of that time. So now the inference is the whole world to have known about it, which is not the case, basically. The part of the world that's interested in Christianity would be privy to such information, would pay attention, heed, learn, but not the pagan world. That's my point. So the pagan world, they don't necessarily tap into this sort of information. It's not interesting to them. Okay, Christ was not even a deity in Kaaba, among the several idols they had over there. So basically, even the idol worshippers in Mecca weren't interested in inducting Jesus as a deity. Um, so we have passages in the Quran where even when Jesus was made a reference to, the Arabs, they clamored saying, our gods are better than him, kind of thing. The Quran does make an impression, draw an impression to that. So the Meccan tradition, pagan tradition, was an isolated tradition, I should say, because the larger world
By the way, I haven't
was,
closed your thing. I've just rearranged
yeah,
the screen.
no
Yeah.
problem. The larger world was basically Roman and Sasanian, and there was the north of Arabia was basically Christian, mostly Christian. The Christian garrisons to the north of Arabia and the Iraq region was basically Christian. The southern Arabia, Yemenite Christians. So, in effect, the pagan tradition in Hijaz was isolated. Okay, and there were no doubt Jews in the Hijaz, in Medina, not in Makkah, but in Medina. But now this pagan tradition is at the receiving end from these monotheists who surround them. So they are being constantly condemned for idol worship. So these idol worshippers, they basically are not interested in this legacy of the prophetic office of the Israelites. So in isolation, when they are to themselves, is when God is breaking out of the cosmos to them, like he did to Jesus in the first century in Judea, like he did to the prophets of Israel, like he did to Abraham. And if God has done this with the patriarchs and given them promises, and some of those promises even cover Ishmaelites, okay? So if God has done this, established a precedent which is communicating to a man and communicating through words, which I believe you did go down that road when you showed Exodus and God having a conversation with Moses, telling him, Yahweh Asher Yahweh, which is I am who I am. So basically, when God can communicate to man through words that a man can discern, that's speech making, and that becomes captured in the memory of a person, and then the person works from that premise. And if Israelites have had a season of communication um, post Exodus on the mountain of God, and Moses and Aaron are constantly back and forth bringing words of God to them. Now, the Israelites have substance with which to work. Obviously, they're coming out of Egypt into this new region, which is distinct in culture, tradition, and heritage, and their language and their connotations, semantics, etymologies. But now, what they have is readily this um, document that's downloaded from the cosmos. And Aaron and Moses are back and forth sourcing this document and giving a um, theater for Israelites to work with. So now Israelites do work with it, okay, and they do absorb the legends and the tropes of the cultures they find themselves in, and they do inculcate those things into their writings for sure. But we have a substance as a priori to work with which Israelites basically immerse themselves into. Right? They did work with the words of God. God did provide them words. So if God has this tradition of communicating words to man, so man can decipher these words, nothing stopped the future prophets in Israel who did receive those words from God and did communicate them. In fact, staged public um, uh, uh, presentations, like for example, Elijah, when he was faced with tens of Baal prophets. So we have all of these public events when prophets of God demonstrated that they received words from God, communication from God, leading up to Jesus Christ. The same thing happens all over again. Although I do understand the second power the Christians are, talking about, but to me, in my simplest of renderings, that second power in the heaven is Gabriel. Okay, but I would not necessarily place Gabriel ontologically on the same pedestal as I would place Almighty God ontologically. But that is a second power as a mediating power that mediates between God and human being. And now, if Jesus receives these words, which Jesus clarifies to us in his dispensation, he says, "These are not my words, as I hear, as I'm talking to you." So these are not even my words, Jesus says. So if this is the paradigm with which Almighty God works with human prophets, and then why Muhammad comes along, whether we have to convert over to being Muslims. That is not the subject of this interaction that I'm having, trying to have with you. And I don't really um, I'm not really motivated to convince people that you have to believe in Muhammad. Okay, I am of the premise. Maybe you don't know this because I've got lots of videos on my channel. I'm of the premise that the soteriology, salvific creeds, are not just Abrahamic creeds, but any man in the world who believes in the fundamentals, which is to have faith in one Creator God and to be a good person, basically be righteous in his life, and believed that God would judge him on a day, is um, graduating for salvation. Okay, that's my belief. That's coming out of Surah 2 and Surah 5, where God does say, any person who believes in one God, conducts righteously, and believes that he would be judged, they would not have to grieve, and they shall not. They shall have nothing to fear. So basically, salvific creeds are not just Abrahamic per se, but becoming Abrahamic comes with additional responsibilities, which is basically, as you showed in Genesis, where God says, "I've chosen Israel for for myself as a nation to represent my banner." You know, that's the whole purpose of choosing Israel as a chosen nation. God gave them responsibilities with which God said, "I would reconcile the whole world through you. So you are my chosen people. You've got a job to do." These um, um, you know, covenants that I'm having with you are like basically covenants, contingencies premised on obedience. If you disobey, then you would not live in the land that I've promised your forefathers. You know, you would be removed from that land. So basically, we have all of this theology going on between man and God, where God sort of disciplines the nation of Israel for what their duties are. But soteriology is available for all humankind. The basic fundamentals are, as long as people believed in one God, that they will be judged and they would conduct righteously, that would put them on the trajectory of earning salvation. Okay, but in this conversation that we are right now having, I was really puzzled when you said, um, the Bible is basically, a framework from where people work in their respective cultures, and they're not working in void. They're interacting with all these surrounding cultures, and they're absorbing information, and they're gathering it, they're collecting it, and then they're having a contract with Almighty God. So it's basically human endeavored work that leads them to having a contract with their suzerain, as you would want to call it, just like other people like Hammurabi had a suzerain with his God. So this is where I became a bit inquisitive to find out what sort of a Christian background you've had, and where do you see yourself in the tree of Christianity and the sects of Christianity, and what sort of approval do you get from contemporary church circles? Like how I mean, like, for example, I am a Sunni, but I'm not a traditional Sunni, right? So the Salafis would go like, "Oh, he's not one of us." Okay. Um, so I want to just find out if, because I thought your impressions that you provided me were fringe, if I can say that. So I was just naturally inquisitive to see where do you belong, because you were working with Chris. Chris identifies himself as an Anglican
Yeah.
Protestant church to the King of England and stuff like that. So I wanted to just find out how this relationship basically works with you and Chris, while you're having a completely unorthodox view of what scripture and inspiration is. So do you understand the premise with
Yep.
which I was launching the investigation? So I just wanted to understand a bit more um, about what you consider to be the Word of God, or
Okay.
is there no Word of God at all, and just
S-
people just do these things out of their own
okay.
volition? Mm.
So then let's then go to the height of Artemis, the second that went up to the moon. Let's go to that level and see things. So I was trying to give it, just sticking with the biblical corpus. But then there's also this thing called reality, cosmic history, Earth's very old age, human evolution, all of that we can't just ignore or turn a blind eye when we then look at, say, the Bible story of past events, or in this case, the Quran story of past events. We have to include what actually happened. So, for example, Farmhouse has clarified earlier at the start of our stream. She um, first said this. She goes, "Let this man know that your position isn't unique. That millions of Christians are old Earth and hold to the providence, not dictation of the Bible." So what she's saying, and there's all my whole, the Sentinel community, we are right in line with mainstream scholarship that says this. Okay, what you're reacting against is what then she says in this next comment. American evangelical Christians from the last 150 years have a lot to answer for with wishy-washy nonsense that is so far from the scholarship, but many of us were brought up nearer to them. So, just to summarize and paraphrase what she's saying there, this is not to throw anyone under the bus. You may have come across people like Ken Ham, the Ark Encounter in Kentucky. This Titanic-sized ark of, Noah's Ark. Christianity in America has a lot to answer for, because Christianity in America is the reason why we have the cults, Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, Seventh-day Adventists. They're the ones that the moment they latch and actually misinterpret the Protestant claim of sola scriptura, then suddenly you have mavericks we're not subject to then church authority, because, by the way, that's more the Orthodox context. Like in this case, the Catholics and Eastern Orthodox argue for, well, this is why it's important, in fact, compulsory to have a church authority with respect to Bible interpretation, rather than mavericks running around and this is my interpretation. And then the cults are the inevitable result, and hence false teachings like young earth creationism that comes from Seventh-day Adventism and Ellen G. White. How interesting that European Christianity has none of the things that we see in the American phenomena. It's the European Christians that, guess what, happen to have high church context, because, see, Europe has Rome, for example. It's European Christianity that maintain a scholarly academic refining process where they're sticking to the creeds, but at the same time improving the perspicuity of Scripture, the interpretation of the perspicuity of Scripture. Okay. In that context, I then have to include the emerging realization that humans emerged from Africa 300,000 years ago. Humans then migrate into the Persian Gulf, what's called the oasis at the time. There was no actual Persian Gulf as today. There was no water. It was all like one big Amazon forest during the Pleistocene period, anywhere between 150,000 years and around 20,000 years ago. The Younger Dryas event that took place around 12,000 years ago with the meteorite that hit Greenland and caused a very peculiar stable climate stability from 12,500 years ago, then is the onset of what we call the Holocene period, which is what we're in today. Anthropologists, and I've even interviewed them, and I'll be bringing all this up in my series, showcase not just this very interesting migration from Africa into, and hence a bottlenecking in the Persian Gulf oasis, where, guess what, Eden, in Genesis 2, the four rivers, Tigris, Euphrates, and the Pishon, Gihon rivers, all congregate into the middle of what is today the present Persian Gulf. When Noah's flood happens, it's a wiping out of that civilization. It's the Indian Ocean spilling in and wiping them out and pushing up the contents, and in this case, as per the story, Noah's reed boat to the Urartu region. I'm giving that a very surface level, just bang, 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 I'm sort of just being very blunt with these details to say that we have actual human anthropology and history that as per what the scientific model is giving us, that then when we look at these religious texts, we have to go, which one is working in tandem with human history that way? Which again further bolsters the reason why I hold to the Bible as valuable and not the Quran, because the Quran has none of these details. It doesn't give a chronological overview, like a stepwise function, to use a math idiom. It doesn't have a stepwise function with respect to A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. In this case, Z, the omega point, is Jesus, as per the biblical story of this cosmic epic. So in other words, we're stardust. We are the results of the cosmos. What does salvation look like? Or what was God's original salvation intent? Well, if I'm going to create, this is Leibniz's model, if I'm going to create, the creature by default will not be me. But I want the creature by default to be me. So the only way for the creature to be me is some sort of upgrade or some sort of ontological change. But the philosophical dilemma here is, and all Christian theologians and philosophers have known about this, that the dilemma is, I can't create, notice this language, I can't create a Yahweh-like being, because by default, Yahweh means to be not created. So by default, if I create, the creature is totally other, hence the infinite chasm. Hence, when you said Gabriel is like not Allah, but at the same time is kind of like a second power figure, which, by the way, any time before Islam, when there was a two powers discussion, no one associated Gabriel or any other angelic being, Michael, Gabriel, or even the other seven archangels, as having a second power function or position. The second power was a unique figure that was a placeholder to try and explain how that infinite chasm between that which is not created and that which is created can be joined. So the Christian argument, the second power becomes who we know as Jesus, God, the God-man Jesus. So what I'm saying there with respect is you've made that up as per your reliance on, say, defending the Quran, which is late in that discussion. The Quran has no, it can't even enter into that discussion because it's not even aware of that discussion that was happening in the Second Temple context. So anyway, but coming back to this grand narrative.
Can I just pause here before,
Yeah.
before we proceed? So I'll be interested. Basically, to have a debate on the second power in the heaven. Would you be
Yeah.
interested in
Yeah, we
having
can
a
do that.
debate like on a former debating platform? Would
Yeah.
you agree for this kind of a debate? A second power in the
Yeah.
heaven. Is
Yeah, we can do that.
Jesus the second power in the heaven? Debate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Because by the way, I'll give you ammunition straight off the bat. Jesus, and if I hold to Markan priority,
yeah,
and which scholars do, and I hold to Markan priority. Mark has a higher Christology than John. Why? Because John is actually arguing for the humanity of Jesus, given that he's the second power, the Logos, who's face to face, proston theon, with the Father. Mark, being polemical with respect to a Roman audience, is arguing that given that he's human, he is something totally other. And this is coming back because my mind was going through a lot of things as you were talking. I want to really nail down responses to what you were saying. In light of human evolution, the grand story of the cosmos, all the way at the start of this discussion, we are asking the question, how is God now going to interact with this creature Now you have examples, snapshots of the deities of the nations in tandem working with their allotment now. But the true God, at the end of the day, he has that ultimate goal in mind, and that is the creation, and in this case humans, to be in koinonia, direct fellowship, face to face with him, which was always his plan. So this is then the meandering story, this grand up and down, chaos ridden, people sinning, destruction, death, suffering, all this that transpires through. Okay? Now, to use an analogy, have you seen Space Odyssey? Kubrick's Space Odyssey. This is to sort
Is
of
it,
give
is
you
it
a
a
loose
movie?
analogy.
Is it a movie?
Yes.
Haven't seen it.
You know 2001 Space Odyssey? Are you familiar with the monolith that appears in random
No,
moments in the movie? No?
I'm very poor in movies. Like I don't watch movies.
Okay. Because that would be be a perfect thing to sort of bridge this. Um, it is a nihilistic atheist focused movie with a sense of giving anything to do with extraterrestrial life, UFOs, aliens, a sense of otherness that is totally other. So what I'll do is I'll just Google search just a still
Yeah.
image
In
of
the
what I'm talking
meantime,
about.
which platform do you suggest we'll have a debate on?
I don't know. I've I rarely debate,
Like,
to be
have you made
honest.
your presence on MDD, like modern day debates? Have you debated on that?
Yeah, but years ago. And
Okay, let's do it again then.
honestly, on, like maybe yeah, maybe if you can organize that, because I personally I
Yeah, I'll send him
won't.
an email.
Yeah,
I'll send
okay,
him an email.
okay.
Yeah, we'll see if he likes. If he doesn't like it, then you might be better off finding
I'm
a
happy to
different
even just
platform.
discuss it with you. Like we don't have to debate it. You just present. You can what you can do is you can present your you know we can just have a moderator here, like Chris moderated or something, or even moderate on Chris's YouTube. I don't mind that. Um,
Yeah, I think
so
we can ask. I mean, you can ask Chris if he wants to host this, and we can do it on Chris's
yeah,
channel then.
yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Okay. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how the movie starts. Um, the movie is slow moving, but deliberately so, to showcase that we live in a very old, slow moving cosmos. And then its explanation for a leap, so to speak, from monkey to human, it goes along with a quasi ancient alien argumentation that the aliens would every now and then interact with evolution directly and then cause like a burst in a forward direction towards the next stage, so to speak. The scene demonstrates that at any given moment you have this thing called a monolith, which is this very peculiar other object that the monkeys are now like, what the heck? This has just appeared out of nowhere, and they're interacting with this thing. And then immediately after the scene, you have it jump straight to a space station, which obviously means 3 million years later, thereabouts, boom, humans are in
Mm.
space. I'll just close this and then continue speaking. So the movie then says that how interesting, we're going to the moon now, right? So, as in literally in our present day, our plan is to now have a base on the moon. The movie, interestingly, even before Apollo 11 land on the moon, this movie came out. The movie demonstrates that we already have a base on the moon, but for one reason only, that is hidden from the general public, and that is through isotopic analysis and ground penetrating radar, they find an alien object buried. And then the movie shows that they've dug around this object, and there it is, another monolith. But the humans in that scene, and you see that and the scene is beautifully shot. In fact, even the music is eerie, and it's got like a high church sort of tune to it, but deliberately modified to give it an eerie feel. The human astronauts are walking towards this monolith, and they're seeing this for the first time. In other words, they had no concept of this monolith. The monkeys did eons ago, but they didn't know it existed back then. These are, again, from the viewer's point of view, these are snapshots of random moments of interaction these beings have with actual moments in natural history. So in this scene, then you start to see the sun start to emerge over the horizon of the moon. And then this monolith gives a screeching sound where you see the astronauts going, ah. And that's because the sunlight has now energized this monolith to send a signal far out into where these other, where these beings are potentially, to then signify to them that now evolution has progressed, where these beings that were once monkeys that have now become humans have now reached moon travel capabilities. And sure enough, the movie plays on this continually. They then go to Jupiter. Then they're chasing after the monolith, and ultimately until you see only one astronaut, and hence HAL 9000, the robot with the red eye. When you see that astronaut end with like he's a theosis baby, like he's like this cosmic baby because he's evolved to that level. So the movie's argument is that, and you see this even in movies like Interstellar and all the recent sci-fi movies, where it's like a nihilistic, atheistic hope that we are the means by which we can progress and evolve ourselves to a godlike status and situation. The Christian Bible shows that that's not the case. It's the same natural history story, yes, but it's God. Remember Hebrews 1, how it starts in Hebrews 1? In fragmentary times and in various ways, like a monolith that would emerge and then disappear, is interacting with the humans to bring about cosmic history to a crescendo point. That crescendo point is Jesus, as per the biblical story. So the question then is, how is this at all relevant if we then include the Quran? Because and this is my concluding point, and it's a very important point. Think about carefully what I'm saying here. Because if the Quran is already a rehashment of an Adam to Jesus situation, it's like, okay, I can go along with that. But a rehashment of legends of these people in the Common Era period. Adam in heaven with Iblis, the prostration, I will not bow down to one insignificant to me. I'm a smokeless fire. Abraham saved from the fire. Dul Kanain, the two-horned one. Joseph, splendid angel, wolf language, everything we discussed in Surah 12. Surah 11. All of that is not that was not part of that story. These are that the Quran is just rehashing modifications, fanfic modifications of these stories. So it's like, okay, it's all well and good to say the Quran wants to be included. Like, in other words, if God is actually talking through the Quran, that suddenly God, yes, we should also include that as part of this, this interaction God has with the world and with humans, and in this case, the Arabian context. It's like, okay, great. That means I need to see consistency. I need to see the same God who spoke with Moses, saying he's the I am, all the way through. And the claim is this is his direct speech, downloaded data, so there's no room for error. And then I'm left with, but hang on, I've already read this in the Gnostic texts, or the apocryphal texts, or the Talmudic literature, or the Syriac homilies. I've already read all this. This is not new. This is already there.
It's not the exact thing, though. You're not reading the exact thing. You're reading bits and pieces, some elementary confirmations, but they are not the exact tales. you don't have those exact tales being preserved to the degree. Even the Syriac, I was just reading, when there was time before you came along, the fuller story of Joseph is not even documented in the Syriac homilies. It's partial, but the Quranic storytelling on Joseph is in depth. It goes into the details that you would not find in the Syriac text, nor in the story in Genesis account. Okay, so there is a greater depth in storytelling in the Quran. There's this Abrahamic scene, the Noah's Ark landing scene, and there is some elements of Joseph's story, and there's uh, among the popular stories that were being circulated back then about the caves of the brothers of the caves of Ephesus and Dhul-Qarnayn, that even historians documented, such as Josephus and stuff like that. These are all things that really happened, and God did work with these people. So that became stories worth telling, and people have told them previously before the Quran. And the Quran just comes to tell them all over again when the Quran is being asked, basically. Remember these stories, the story of Ephesus. The Jewish people, I think the Christian people came along asking Prophet Muhammad about them. Okay. So that's when God tells them the story of these people. So it's not that the Quran is telling this for no reason, just the Quran is trying to pretend to make these stories for itself. The Quran is basically responding to the enquiries of the people, some Christian people who came along to the Prophet and wanted to test him out and are asking these questions about Zulqarnain, and they're asking questions about the brothers of Ephesus. That's when the Quran is responding to them. Okay, so none of this is a convincing sort of thesis for me to begin doubting the Quranic material, because if I want to doubt the Quranic material on this premises, I would have to also doubt the biblical material on the premises that the Epic of Gilgamesh was something that was mentioned aforetime, or the story of Moses is basically reduced null and void because the Quran rehashes it. Why would Moses' actual history be nullified just because centuries later a book narrates about it? So these are not coherent logical tools with which to appear open crevices in um, claims of the Quran to be divine. At least I'm not convinced at this point in time. Maybe there is more work need to be done in
Okay,
trying to
can
prove
I
and
bump in
demonstrate. Yeah.
just so we don't
Sure,
lose this point?
sure.
Can I
Yeah,
jump
sure,
in quickly?
sure.
Just then a moment ago when you spoke about Epic of Gilgamesh,
Yeah.
uh, in just one or two lines, just very like in a very brief way, rephrase how you just worded that line just a moment ago about how it came before the written narrative and your trust issues with the text. Just repeat that again.
The argument is this: we have the not just the Epic of Gilgamesh, but if you go back to the Vedic culture, yeah. Now I remember one of the points I had forgotten. Just bear with me; I will make a note of this. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, what was that? Okay, you had said about incarnation, right? You said there's no incarnation in pagan cultures, something like that. You said before during our
Hmm.
private conversation, and you
Yep.
said the only incarnation happens in Christianity, something like that. So I
Yep.
was like, why do you have that kind of an opinion? There is incarnations happening in the pagan culture all the time. Okay, this is a point that we can discuss another time, maybe, perhaps. But yeah, so going back to the Epic of Gilgamesh, you also have that story in the Vedic culture where Noah is identified as Manu, although um, the Hindu culture may not correlate Manu to Noah, but that is at least my correlation, because you have in the avatars a fish avatar
I
that
was about to
basically
bring up the
save
Avatar stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
basically saves humanity from drowning in a flood. Okay, so it's the same flood story, it's the same parallel, okay, not just in the Epic of Gilgamesh but also in Vedic literature. Now the thing is this: now we have these stories prior to Bible, prior to the emergence of the Hebrew um, uh, tradition. Okay, now the secular scholars who are looking at this information, they go like, oh, the Hebrews are just copying from neighboring cultures, surrounding cultures. They're just copying these myths and legends, and they're incorporating into a scripture. Okay, that does not mean the Noah was not historical event. Okay, just because Hebrews rehashed it and made it a higher truth because they prevailed militarily, they prevailed over a larger world. So it it is not shining greater truth because of their military conquests. The story of Noah was historic because it was historic, and to investigate whether it was historic or not, we may have to adopt different techniques, not necessarily go through the windows of these literary devices, whether the event of Noah was historic or not. So, so the premise to validate a truth of a matter such as Noah's story cannot be ascertained from the lens of the Bible because the Bible comes to document it, or from the lens of the Quran because the Quran comes to document it. Okay, there has to be some historical methods of how you can verify whether the account really took place or not. So, Bible mentioning Noah, the Quran mentioning Noah and Moses, it's not going to invalidate the truth of Moses or the truth of Noah. Okay, so Bible mentioning some of the factual matters that come in the Syriac literature, it's not going to uh, render null and void the truths of those events. Okay, now this is what it is.
Uh,
There
uh,
is truth found.
okay, so can I? Okay, no,
Sure.
conclude because I really don't want the audience, especially, to lose this point because
Sure.
this is where the rubber hits the road. Shall I interact or do you want to finish?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting for you.
Okay, all right. Put aside the Vedas, put aside ancient Near Eastern texts, put aside Bible, put aside Quran. How do we know Noah's flood happened?
What is your understanding? Go ahead, tell me.
Like, if I were to be just an anthropologist and also paleontologist with respect to past species, like, say, dinosaurs, how would I then arrive at a conclusion that, oh, something catastrophic happened here? Like, the mystery Ad, people of Ad in the Quran,
Yeah,
how it speaks
yeah,
about a windstorm and all that.
yeah,
How do I know something devastating here and therefore, and then further elaborate, massive implications for these humans at this X spot, um, and therefore there'll be like a domino effect that will surely, surely they'll this will uh, have ramifications moving forward
yeah.
for their future generations and their offspring, right? Because again, think like a scientist. A
Absolutely,
scientist will then start to infer these probabilities. And sure
absolutely.
enough, these
That should
probabilities
be the way.
are indeed anthropological. So,
That should be the way.
right. So, if I'm going, I have some pushback against the whole like these are pre-Genesis, pre. To be honest, the texts are actually more ancient than a lot of the critical scholars say, although I will also at the same time have a foot in their camp, so to speak, and argue for, obviously, Sekoto Hammurabi and all these texts predating Genesis. That doesn't that's not an issue for me, and that's not even an issue for the inspiration and the authority and even the inerrancy of the biblical text. It doesn't matter where, like even if the Genesis text came before or came after, it doesn't matter. It's the data that matters. So, for example, here's a map, and this is not from the Bible. This is just anthropological summarization of the Persian Gulf. This is what, during the Pleistocene period, this is what the Persian Gulf basin looked like. Now, I put a star here, Garden of Eden. That's the only data point from the Bible that I've included in this map. But anthropologically, this is what, say, Jeff Rose, who currently is a present day guy who works with the Nubian hominids that were more south, like south over here, in this freshwater lake, and that sort of then dried up. And you have what's called the marsh Arabs, who still practice reed-like construction with their boats, and they put farm animals on board. This is what's happening with respect to humans outside anything to do with religion, regardless of the type of religion you're talking about. Now notice, you said Vedas. Now, how far back would you place Manu? Or the concept of Manu? Like anthropologically, where would you place the idea of a Noah-like character in the Indian myth?
I think
Like
that would be
how
the
many thousands
beginning
of
of.
years ago?
I think that would be the beginning of the Indus Valley civilization, if we can trace that back up. Like, if you can do archaeological, I mean, they have done archaeological surveys in the Indus Valley. The flood that just basically ruined that civilization. And up until that point, I think that was they had passed their heights. So you can go back a couple of thousand since that dating,
Yeah, so
possibly.
give like a
So
rough figure, like I don't know, like, so for example, Abraham is, say, 4 to 5 thousand years ago. So around 2000 BC is Abraham. When would you place Noah, as per that tradition?
Abraham can't be more than 3000 BC, right? Sorry, 3000 years, right? So
No, he
Abraham
has
can
to.
go back
He
to
has to be
1.5
two.
BC, 1.5 millennium BC, like 1500 BC is when Abraham. You can trace back Abraham to that point, not further
No,
than that.
no. He has to go at least 2000, because you have to
BC,
do with Egyptian, yeah, BC. So Moses
even
is
if you
1200
even if you take
thereabouts.
um, yeah, even if you take like 400 years, 400 years for their Egyptian residents, 100 years before that, 500 years, and yeah, roughly 1,700 years is the account. So it's basically
Yep.
3,000, yeah,
So but
700 years.
we're not.
Anyway,
I'm sort of just giving ballpark figures of, like Abraham. We're talking, you know, the real biblical story starts in Genesis 12. So Genesis 1 to 11 is like a preface to the Abraham story. So that means we're
Mhm.
talking, hundreds of thousands of years transpiring. Well, if you include Genesis 1, then you're talking 13.8 billion years from the Big Bang, 4.5 billion years from the Earth's creation. Then when humans emerge, basically 300,000 years ago out of Africa, they migrate into the Persian Gulf anywhere between a period of 150,000 to about 70,000 years ago. At the 73,000 year mark, thereabouts, you have what's called the Toba eruption in Indonesia. That caused a massive, freeze over, which then bottlenecked the humans in this location. And the population dropped to a mere like 10,000 individuals, somewhere around that figure. The human population was very tiny. Then around 60,000 to 50,000 years ago, because don't forget, that's usually the figure we give the Aborigines of Australia, the Aborigines that from the Persian Gulf, they go east through India, then through the land bridges, through Indonesia, then they enter Australia. The Aborigines have a genetic heritage with Indians. So that means you have Indian hominids, so called, humans, obviously, Homo sapiens, in the Indian continent that are there around 60 to 50,000 years. So that's why I'm asking you the question. Did they have, Indian mythology in that period? The answer is no, just to cut to the chase. They did not have anything that we associate with anything that, like Gilgamesh epic, Atrahat, any of these myths that we're talking about from the east to the west did not emerge until basically at the time of Abraham moving forward. So
I want to
in
ask you a
that,
question here, if you don't
yeah,
mind. Like, we have evidence of historical writings, human beings doing artwork or elementary form of communication. How far do you think that goes back to the evidence of human doing art work or
yeah. So
communicating through art? Yeah.
right. So the earliest form of art, believe it or not, actually is in Israel, and it's we're going back like 60 to 100,000 years ago, where the out of Africa model has now become a little bit more modified to include a slight split. Most go east into the Persian Gulf, but some did go north into Eurasia. But the art is very primitive. We have just scratches with a certain sense of paint, and again, Jeff Rose gets into this, um, where with a sense of intuition and pattern recognition, these hominids were like just Google. There's certain caves in Israel where they discovered very primitive early art that even predates um, art that was thought to be the oldest, which was in the 30,000 year range, pushing it well back into like 80 something thousand years ago. So, but when it comes to written discourse and history recording, so called, that is not established yet because there's no ordered culture, civilization, city protocol, and so on. That's why you have something like, if you're talking about like a city civilization thing happening, that only happens with the Tower of Babel, which is aeons later after the flood.
So
So what I'm getting at
when do
is,
you date the Tower of Babel? When do you date it?
oh yeah, I would date the Babel incident as closer to, much closer to around 5,000 to anywhere between 5 to 2,000 BC, in that range. Which
Five
is,
to 2000 BC.
yes, because if the flood, so just to show you what the flood then looks like. So if this is where the Eden location is, as described in Genesis 2, and you have instead a lush oasis, right? Notice here you have a
So
silt dam. I'll just finish this point and to show you where I'm going with this. In other words, there is no such thing as Genesis. There is no such thing as the Hindu mythological text. There is no such thing as any other ancient Near Eastern text during this period. It's just humans existing. It's just like Space Odyssey with that random monolith that just emerges from the ether. In other words, if God, the true God, is interacting with humans genuinely in history, there is no Bible. There is no religious text at all working during this period because it's a period well before any form of written dialogue or anything of the sort could happen. So when the flood
so
happens,
This Garden of Eden duration is like did you say it was like 30 years, 30,000 years BC?
no,
Is
it'll
that what
be basically, I argue it's in the 12,000 BC period, what's called the Younger Dryas, because then you
so
have
it's
a spillage
12,000 BC, yeah?
thereabouts.
The
Yes,
Garden of Eden, yeah?
yeah, no. God of Eden is anywhere between 100 to around 20,000 years ago would be the humans, plural, that migrate from Africa into the Persian Gulf. But the
Okay, so
flood
what is the event that is 12,000 BC?
would be the flood, because
What?
that corresponds to the Younger Dryas meteorite event, where Greenland was struck by a meteorite that then caused an elevation in water levels, a very interesting stabilization of the global mean temperature from an erratic, 13 degrees Celsius erratic um, uh, spike in growth. It became a 0.65 stability for the next 9,500 years, which then brings the onset of things like agriculture. So
Can I
see,
ask
here's
you?
here's the Well, I'll just conclude this point. The point is,
Sure.
because you made the claim that the Genesis text is late, I'm working with that. So if you have the flooding happening, and this is and models, and I'm not. This is not unique to me. There are scientists who have also entertained this. You have models of a growth, a minimum extent to a maximum extent. Obviously, as a Christian, I'm saying, aha, uh, I'll throw in the Bible situation here, and hence the flood terminology. But for the anthropologists, they don't care about the Bible. They only care about how this affected the humans in that region. And so, how interesting that if we have a spilling in of the Indian Ocean waters coming into this region, well, the waters happen to then conclude roughly where the Genesis text says it should conclude, where the ark lands, in the Urartu. See, there's Urartu up here. So this is the Ararat region. Roughly in this location is where the ark lands. Now, then you have a memory of this event. Notice, no one's writing this stuff down. Humans that then bring about tools and writing and civilization post Tower of Babel. Then you have the ancient Near Eastern creation accounts that are, Utnapishtim is now the flood hero, for example. Then when you have the Israelites having a suzerain with this deity that's called the I Am, because there's no name to this deity. This I Am being, just like the monolith in Space Odyssey, who just pops into the existence and is like, hey, guess what? Remember aforetime when these things happen in your memory? Well, I'm here to now give you the right details. If this being is then giving correct data with respect to their shared memory, so who cares if the Code of Hammurabi pre-exists Genesis or Exodus or whatever? Who cares if Atrahasis or any of these ancient Near Eastern texts pre-exists basically the Old Testament? It's working in tandem with that shared memory. These other texts are working in tandem with the other gods. Yahweh's like, well, I'm not any of those other gods. I am me. And therefore, I'm going to give correct theology. I'm going to give a more correct, event of what transpired. So, with that model in mind, as an analogy, does the Quran do the same thing? Because see, Allah, I'll stop sharing now. Allah, remember how Chris started, in verse 3, you are oblivious to the Joseph story. Surah 3, this is from the unseen. You weren't there when you saw, when Mary was being fed by God in the temple. You weren't an eyewitness to see that event. So in other words, Muhammad is just regurgitating out exactly what Allah is saying happened in history. Okay, Allah, you're on the hot seat now. Which mountain did Noah's Ark land on? Because you have this shared cultural memory, even before any text was written, about that general region, the Urartu region. Out comes Allah saying, it's Judy. Allah, don't you realize that the only person, the only, if you want to call it an ethnic group, that ever speaks about Judy are the Syrian Christians.
Why is that? How is that becoming discredited? Because he refers Judy. He could have referred to Ararat.
Because yes,
I would have said Ararat, it would have been fine.
Because Allah is me, a finite creature who knows now all this prehistory stuff. It's like as if I know more than Allah, because I know, based on all the science and all the anthropology and all the research, that everyone, it's like unanimous. It's a unanimous statement that Urartu, Ararat, and basically closer to Iraq is what the ancients thought of as the landing place of, say, the reed boat of Noah. Allah comes on the scene, sent thousands of years later, and says Judy. The only people who said Judy are Syrian Christians in around the 4th, 5th century CE.
Why are they wrong?
Because of their location and their assumption based on a mistranslation of the term in their Syriac language, Kordu. Kordu then becomes what then becomes the Arabic, the Judy spelling. But Kordu or Judy do not correspond at all etymologically with Urartu and Ararat.
So when the
So
Syrians,
so here,
when the
wait. Let me just say it this way. If Allah said something like Ararat, Urartu, or if Allah gave a term that they were not aware of, think about it this way. In other words, a foreign term, because see, they weren't aware of the story anyway. But Allah here is trying to give correct history. So regardless if they know about the term or not, Allah is going to be a God who cannot lie and deceive. So Allah has to stick to his guns and be like, it's this location as per what we all know what it is. But he repeats a assumed location that only the Syrians and no one else thought of, and that's Judy, or Kordu in their language.
but why do
And
you? My
that is
question
the
is
red
this.
flag.
This is like you are going with the presupposition that Ararat, biblically mentioned and widely accepted, is the only correct narrative. If you drop that presupposition about the Bible and you go with, oh, why did the Syrians consider that to be a different location? In that case, Judy, however mistranslated that word would have been in Syrian, but they had the word to work with, and therefore they had a location in mind. Okay, why would that necessarily be wrong or incorrect or inaccurate?
No different to, let me show you this.
Have you
Your
even
question
tried
is, your,
to have you even tried
no,
to
well,
locate where the Judy is in the scheme of the geography? And can I be quickly back,
yes.
like a minute? I'll just take a break and be back
Okay.
in a minute. Yeah, I'll be back
Yep.
in a minute. Thank you.
I'll just drop you down for a moment. If anyone wants to join, here's the join link. Yeah, so just to clarify in the comment section, I put the join link. I'm just gonna try and gonna try and pin this. Why is this not working? What the heck? By the way, on development, do you see now how big picture stuff? Um, it's so hard to be systematic in such a short amount of time. It's like I have all this data. It's just, man, it's like it's the Olympics to try and even pin it down to one point at a time. But I hope you guys can track with what I'm getting at. Because a lot of these discussions just ignore, like when I say a lot of these discussions, I mean what I witness with these type of discussions. It's just sticking with the text, not thinking about the greater reality of the fact that just even outside the text, real life happened. You know, actual things happen to hominids, and the grand narrative, right? Okay. I think the The join link is pinned, so. All right, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back. So my inquiry is this: like,
Yeah, repeat that question before you left, because that is, again, we're going to go from, say, Noah, and I'm going to go to, say, Abraham now, because that was an important question that you raised before you left.
yeah. So my basic inquiry is this: if Syriac literature identifies the place to be Judea,
Mm-hmm.
or how do you pronounce that in Syriac?
Cordu or something like that. QUA. Let me see. Mount Judy. Or Kudi is. Um, you asked. Is that the? Did they get it correct? Basically, did the Syrians
No,
get
no,
it
no. The
correct?
Syriac word, and where did they get that from? Actually, basically, if you want to go down that route.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's just go down there.
So if they did, okay,
All
let
right.
me just summarize my thoughts
Mm-hmm.
here. If they did have a word to work with, which apparently they did identify, um, oh, that's Kurdish. Kurdish. It's Kurdish is basically Kurdistan. Kuridagi. Kuridagi.
So it was
Judi.
considered in antiquity to be Noah's place of descent, the location where the ark came to rest after the Great Flood, according to very early Christian and Islamic traditions.
So,
Okay.
what is this identity of the mountain? What part of Turkey is this?
Uh,
Sirnak.
in yeah,
Sirnak.
and here's a photograph of the mountain range in
Yeah,
eastern Turkey.
apparently that is not a place which, according to some research data that I was looking into, they were telling about that to be a naturally opened um, geological formation, and they said
Yes,
that geological formation is not particularly unique. There is several
yes,
of such geological formations
yes,
in the region and stuff like that. So that possibly cannot really explain the assignment of Mount Judy. Apparently, because people may have thought, oh, whatever, this is the location, and they would call the mountain Mount Judy for some reason. But if you go back to the times when the church fathers were writing about it in their homilies, what was the location that they had in mind?
yes. So they had this location. So if you're
Do
talking
we
about
have
Ron
any evidence to
Wyatt,
work with that they particularly recognize this
yes, I'll
specific
show you
location?
here. This is an excellent summarization of the details. What I'm saying is those who then go with that identification, which is just a natural formation, in fact, that has actually become more boat-like literally in the last century. Um, People like the fringe pseudo archaeologists like Ron Wyatt um, used, and I kid you not, he used the Quran and he used also these Christian Syriac texts to argue that that's the location. Even
I don't think
even
he
just
has used
last
the Quran. I don't think he's used the Quran. Basically, he was going with those metal detectors and trying to
no in
map it
in
out.
in Ron Wyatt's, like you can even look at fringe ones like Ken Hovind in his what he calls his creation seminars. These are younger creationists of a fringe type that argue that that formation is the ark, and they're like, look, not only do we have, again, ironically, Syriac Christians saying that this is a location, but even the Quran got it correct. Because see, the Quran mentions Judy. Our discussion, by the way, is all about the term itself specifically. The fact that
Yeah,
it
but
has
the
that in writing.
Rob, Rob, the places, I mean, ancient places have changed quite a lot. The names have changed quite a lot, and it's really difficult to work back. Is there evidence of the writings, the Syriac writings, that specifically identifies a place? Can you
Yes,
I mean, is there evidence within those Syriac writings, not just post Quran? I mean, post
yes.
Quran, what
So,
happened is
so
basically
what?
the world
So,
changed quite a
okay,
lot.
okay. So the so the
Let me just
Peshitta.
complete my point, Rob. Let me just
Okay,
complete my point.
okay.
Post Quran, after the Islamic expansions, the world dramatically changes, and you have the cave of Ephesus in Jordan. Apparently, can you believe that? Okay, so basically it's in Turkey, but people make it out to be somewhere in Jordan and somewhere here, somewhere there. There's multiple sites come up. Okay, so post Islamic world is highly dynamic in terms of people trying to recognize locations of religious significance. Okay, so that's not a premise, good enough premise to work with. Do we have something within the Syriac writings which identifies the geography? Is That's my question.
Right. So, what does the Peshitta do? This is my question to you. The Peshitta, the Syriac translation of the Bible that predates the Quran. What does the
So
Peshitta
the
do
Peshitta is a Syriac translation of which Bible?
of the Masoretic tradition?
Oh, the Peshitta is the Masoretic tradition
No, 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 no.
or the
The Peshitta is not the.
Septuagint?
No, no, no. The Peshitta is the
Yes.
Syriac translation of the underlying Hebrew Masoretic corpus. So, in other words,
So,
the Leningrad Codex that doesn't actually emerge in 1009 AD, but rather is a long development from the early first century upwards to around the
mhm.
ninth, 10th century. The Syrians already had their, the Genesis story in Hebrew and also the Septuagint to compare with in basically the first 5 to 6 centuries of the Common Era. And the Peshitta does something very interesting with the term that is usually translated Ararat in our English translations. So, in other words, the Peshitta comes up with a term of completely
Okay.
foreign from the Hebrew, and that's that term Kodu. And so, notice over here it says the Arabic name of the mountain Judi is a corruption of the classical Syriac, which is Romanized as Kodu, written in Arabic with the Arabic letters, these are the two letters here, being confused in early Islamic manuscripts due to their early resemblance and then making its way into the Quran and Islamic tradition. Now, but here's the argument I want you to latch on to or to notice. This is supported by the fact that only in the Syriac Bible, the Peshitta, is the mountain which Noah's Ark rested on called Kodu, as opposed to Ararat, or Ararat being a cognate to Urartu in the ancient Near Eastern material in other Bibles. So it's
Okay,
only a
so the
Syriac
Syriac,
rendering.
okay, the Syriac Bible in Syriac refers to that place as Kardu. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
And this is
just quickly on that point. Okay, this is outside the Quran now. I'm going to give you another example that's outside the Quran, but is also relevant to the Quran because it's also got Syriac influence. Abraham and the fire. My question to you is, as per the Genesis story of his original location, Ur of Chaldea, you as a Muslim, where would you, if you were a Muslim reading the Bible and it says you came out of Ur of the Chaldeans, where would you place Ur just on the information given in the Bible? Where would you place that geographically? Or with whatever pre-knowledge that you have? Because this also attaches itself to this example I'm giving with respect to Judy.
How does it link to Judy?
Because see, I'm arguing that all of this has a Syriac connection. I'm saying
Okay.
the Judy term is only associated with the Syrian Christians, and there it appears in the Quran. So there's that link. I'm giving another example to bolster this point. Abraham is claimed to come from Ur of the Chaldeans. Where would you place Ur? Would you place Ur in Iraq, which is not Syria? Or would you place Ur in Urfa, which is in Syria? Where would you place his Abraham emerged from which location, north or south?
Okay, so I just want to ask you about how Judy comes along. What's the Wikipedia says how Judy came about from Cordu?
Here.
The Arabic name of the mountain Judy has also been proposed to be a corruption of the classical Syriac Cordu.
And this is from this particular work, Syriac Influence on the Style of the Quran, page 97, 2004 work.
Yeah, the Arabic letters Waw and Ra being confused in early Islamic manuscripts due to their early resemblance and then making its way to the Quran and Islamic tradition. This is supported by the fact that only Syriac Bible in the Syriac Bible, the mountain, which is known as rested on called. So let me get this clear. The Syriac Bible, in Syriac, refers to the place as Cordu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Arabic rendering of that Syriac Bible, which is the Bechita, mentions the word Judy, was it?
No. Arabic is no. The Peshitta is not the Arabic rendering. The question is the Quran's Judy in Arabic.
Yeah.
Where is that term coming from?
The Peshitta is the Syriac translation, okay, of the Masoretic text. Of the Masoretic text, right?
Well, I would even argue it's even before the Masoretic text. I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but basically it's in the BCP.
The Proto-Masoretic text.
Yes, the Vulgata. The basically around, Dead Sea Scrolls, like. So in other words, and this is why when scholars compare the Dead Sea Scrolls with the Masoretic text, they're like, there's not real much difference anyway. It's all the same. Obviously, you have fudging of certain texts when it comes to Messianic prophecies with the Masoretic text, but the point is, it's consistent. Translations then happen. The Septuagint is a translation. The Peshitta is a translation. So the question is, what were the Syrians doing when they, not knowing what to do with Ararat, they come up with this term Cordu?
So the thing is, in Peshitta, right? I'm always having difficulty pronouncing this word.
Yeah.
So in Peshitta, the word is Cordu, right?
Right.
The word is Cordu, and this is from the 2nd century.
This is well within the basically all the way up until the Quran's period.
So this
like
is
for example, I'll just read this section out over here. It says the Assyrians east of the river Tigris had a legend of the ark resting on Mount. Now notice this language. See that there with the D? In the land of Kad. This legend may in origin have been independent of the Genesis account of Noah's flood, rooted in the more general Near Eastern flood legends. But following the Christianizations of, guess what, the Syrians, from about the 2nd century AD, right, Common Era period, but before the Quran, it became associated with the mountains of Ararat. Association, not that it is Ararat. where Noah landed according to Genesis. So in other words, they assumed that Ararat, which is actually far east, far more east, is the Syrian location, which then became designated as Cordu and hence Judi later on. And then notice it says this, and from Syria, this legend also spread to the Armenians. The Armenians did not traditionally associate Noah's landing site with Mount Ararat, known as, and this is a totally different term, Massus, and continued to associate Noah's Ark with Mount Judi until the 11th century. The Quran comes in the 7th century. So the Quran is right snuck bang in the middle of this misassociation. So it continues. The biblical Ararat is thought to be a variation of Urartu.
I just want to pause here because
Yeah.
I'm not able to digest the information. I just want to understand this better, actually. So
Okay.
I mean, it could be really simple, but I'm conflating in my mind. I just want to have some clarity. So the Arabic origins of the word Judy, okay, that's how it's pronounced in Arabic, Judi.
Mhm.
So what is the tie or that to come about from the word Kordu?
If you were to transpose um, the Syriac term into Arabic, what would you do etymologically? The morphology of the word, the shape of the word, how would you in Arabic
Kordu.
shape the word? And
So
as per the argument here, you have
does the
there's two
Syriac have
letters
the same orthography as that of the Arabic, at least similar? The Syriac has a
that
similar sort of orthography.
that I don't know because I don't know
Okay.
Syriac and Arabic. I'm just basing this on what the critical scholars are saying, and that is you have a very interesting
Because
subtle.
the consonants, if I'm working with the consonant qaf to ja, it's a massive phonetic change.
Yes,
The phonetic is changing massively. Okay,
yes.
so how is this being
So for
rendered
example,
as
up here, what does this say?
Judi?
Okay, what is what do these over here say?
I cannot read for the English looking like alphabets, but I can pronounce Kurdish and Turkish. Uh, in Turkish,
Yeah,
it is
these are the terms.
Kuri
Yeah,
Dagi, Kuri Dagi, and in
yeah.
Kurdish, I don't know how to pronounce that Kurdish at all.
Right, right.
Even Turkish, I'm not familiar with the phonetics and the
Yeah.
syllables in Turkish. They usually mismatch, so I'm not a good. I need to bring a Turkish man here to pronounce that properly.
So the
Yeah,
point here is that
yeah.
somehow this term is etymologically related. That's the point, right? So what's
Well,
happening over here, as per this the summarization over here, notice you have notice that you have over here the mountainous area that Judy is part of was known as Cordu. There's the Syriac right there. In Syriac texts, Cordein by Greek and Roman writers, and Korduk in Armenian.
all of that makes
Then,
quite a striking resemblance, though. All of that resembles, like in Greek, the Roman
yes,
writers kind of they maintain the phonetics.
but this is
Uh,
outside. Notice this is outside anything to do with Noah. They're just talking about the location and the name. They're
that's
not
fine.
even.
What I'm saying is
There's no
that's
association
fine.
here with the landing.
Etymologically, the phonetics is maintained. That's what I'm saying
Right.
to a greater
So
extent. Yeah.
so then if you come down over here, it says the Arabic word originates from the Syriac word gudo, meaning mounds or elevations. Now, you know Arabic. Would that be correct?
The Arabic word al-Judi originates from the Syriac word gudo. I'm gonna have to do research. I don't know at this point in time.
Okay. It says here the relation of some of the spellings is clear. The origin of Judy is less clear. it is usually interpreted as a corrupted version of the same name, via al-Ghurdi.
The origin of Judy is less clear. It's usually interpreted as a corrupted version of the same name via al Gurdi. Like in the Syriac, I just want to do some research
Mm-hmm.
about how those syllables get have matching cognates in Arabic from Syriac, because in Syriac what I find is the qaf is the Arabic equivalent of qaf. Okay, so it can't be ga. A ga is a symbol that doesn't really ga is not in Arabic. Okay, qaf
Mm-hmm.
is in Arabic. So I'll have to take some time out to get to this, to do some research and
In
find
fact, what
out
I'll
what's
what I'll do,
really happening there.
if this is in Surah 11, this is Surah 11:4. Just for the
Okay.
sake of further clarity, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up for you. Just give me one moment. I'm going to go to Surah 11 specifically. Um, wait, where is 11? Oh, sorry, 44, not 4. 11:44. Where is that?
So basically, I just did a in the Syriac alphabet the word Kordu, and it comes about the same thing as I can see in the text here on Wikipedia. Is written from
Mm.
right to left using the following letters. So the letter breakdown is this: the word consists of four classical Syriac letters, which is Qaf, Q sound, Resh, R sound, and Dalit, D sound, and Waw, O sound. Okay. Now, the
Yep.
equivalent of Arabic for Qaf is not Ja. I don't think that's the case. Okay.
Okay, so
So
in that
that would be a huge
context,
mismatch. Yeah.
right. So in that context, if I then keep reading through this breakdown of this as what you literally just said, it then says, um, the Arabic name of the mountain Judy has been proposed to be a corruption of that term that we just read a moment ago, written in Arabic with the Arabic letters Vav and Ra. So, based on what you just said there, now critique that statement. Is that statement wrong? Like, what's going on there, based since you know the language?
Basically, they could not be confusing wa that appears in the Syriac Kordo, with the last letter being Waw, has also a same consonant in Arabic, Waw. Okay, it's a vowel basically. Basically, yes, basically a vowel. Okay, Waw, right? And but the consonantal structure of the word has Qaf, which I think is not here. They have one consonant and one vowel. Waw is a vowel, and Ra is the consonant, right? So Ra, Resh, is not found in the Judi. Al Judi is the Arabic word, so there is no Resh in it. And um, how would they confuse Waw for Resh? Even if they confused Waw for Resh, so I can get that Waw comes. So basically, um, J, Wow, Dal, right? And yeah, right. So basically, they're telling me the second letter Wow was confused for the Resh was confused for Wow,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So, but what about the very first letter, which is a consonant again, which is Qaf? How did that get confused for Ja? Like, I wouldn't know why would that get confused for Ja. Um, what is the Arabic? Um,
I'll just see if I can bring up the Reynolds citation. Yeah, the 2004
okay,
one.
let's try that.
Where is that?
So even if we like, there is no way this could have been rendered into Arabic like that, because the Q sound can come closer to the K sound, but not the J sound. The J sound is pretty remote, even if you want to have some form of a correlation there, in terms of ethnonym cognates. I don't know how the J or J sound would work. It's prominent Qaf sound, Q sound, and it's there in Arabic. And the closer ethnocognate would be K sound and Kaf. That's also available in Arabic. Why would that shift all over to a different consonant? No idea there.
Okay, so I'm about to bring up a linguistic paper on this by Reynolds. Just give me a moment. So while that's coming up, while I'm downloading that paper, because the wiki article side of that paper
Yeah, I
doesn't
will. In
work.
the meantime, if you can pull up my thing, I will just talk about my books a little bit. So I felt it was necessary because you said something about how you can actually you're able to make links to everything you have in the Bible as a fuller account of the thing. So here's my book. Basically, this is my first book, which details the creation event of the planet Earth and its skies. And I give you a very detailed account of how the planet Earth, which we live on, and its skies were organized or created. And it's a very detailed account that as comes in the Quran. Okay. And then my second book discusses planetary creation and the origins of life and how it came about. Obviously, I'm not holding fast to the radiometric dating. I was just exploring the dates with you for that exact reason. And you told me very plainly that you do rely on the evolutionary timelines and the timelines that have been computed of the Earth's geography to be reliable. I don't consider them to be particularly reliable, especially from the point of view that radiometric dating has its limitations. Okay, so that's another topic that I would like to discuss some other time. But yeah, keep that aside. I'm discussing in this book the origins of planet Earth and how the proto Earth was put in place and how it was shaped further, and what is the Quranic account of how it was fully realized as a livable planet. And then along with it, I'm discussing origins of life as the narrative comes in the Quran. And this is basically a response that I gave to the book that I read which was basically given to me by the atheists, and it's called "Why Evolution Is True" by Jerry A. Cohen, a professor from the University of Chicago. Right. So in this book, I'm just basically responding to his work. Okay. Um,
So just to
and,
clarify, you do you disagree with evolution, like human evolution? And
yeah, I do.
then we're already at ends, man.
I do.
Because
Okay.
evolution is a fact, and the
Well,
radiometric dating is legitimate and is reliable.
well,
Um,
then you should read my book because I've got a response, full response to the book that I read. Basically, why evolution is true. So I'm basically responding to that book, and obviously my third book is Sharia for Australians, how it can be beneficial to the society at large. So these are my three books that I've done after my years of interactions with the community of atheists here in Adelaide. Okay, so just for your know-how. Okay,
yep.
and these books are
Yeah. Yep.
basically found on, if you just click the link, they'll take you to Amazon, and that's where they are there. Okay,
Okay.
all right, you can take this off, and you can do the bits that we were doing.
Yep. No worries. Um, okay, I'm going to bring up Reynolds's work here, and I'm going to skim through some of what he's written here. Here it is. So just to clarify on that with respect to the science, I've also am part of the Skeptic Society of Australia. Like they have what's
Mm,
called meetup groups, and I've
mm,
attended some of them in Melbourne specifically, and they're
mm,
shocked to find out that as a Christian, I wholesale 100% agree with 100% of mainstream science, and I'm a
mm,
Christian, and I
mm,
hold to the historicity of the Bible. Like, and I tell them, just to give you a little bit of a teaser here of my Cosmos series that I'm going to be releasing, Darwinian evolution is the result of the biblical account. It's the, again, here we go again, it's the Americans and their faulty interpretations of the passages that brought about things like the slave trade and racism, and hence a polygenesis of humans because of old world and new world discoveries and all that stuff. Darwin was relying on the monogenesis context of human origins to then try and explain the diversification and hence an evolution. And so he starts off with something simple like the finches. And it's the result of his work, and this is the conclusion on this, it's the result of his work that then led to the liberation of that the blacks are indeed the same as the whites, for example. It was because of evolution that that Christians then took that on like full. And there's a famous photo of what's called Darwin's tree in this particular garden, where about 40, 50 years later, this photo was taken of a black man as a bishop standing by the tree, giving honor as to how he was even there to begin with, how he was able to have that position that he had, giving honor to someone like Darwin. So evolution had sociological implications, positive sociological implications, not just scientific implications. And
Are you
evolution is
familiar
not
with
some.
Are you familiar with Ibn Khaldun?
No. Um,
He's an
where I'm
Islamic
getting all this
philosopher.
material from is all his lost letters that were compiled by Desmond and Moore in a book called Darwin's Sacred Cause, a
Yeah,
2009
okay.
publication.
So Ibn Khaldun is basically a predecessor of to Darwin himself, and Darwin actually borrows from Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun basically is a Muslim evolutionary. You can call him scientist or whatever it is. So he has done in Islam, in Islamic literature, he has um, kind of built those links that humans were evolved from primates, and all of that goes back. So you can say he's an evolutionary biologist, a Muslim evolutionary biologist, if you want to say that. Okay,
But did he come
but
up with this idea on his own?
I don't know where he borrowed that from. Okay, I
Okay,
did not investigate
because
into
I
that
can
part.
hazard a guess. I can
Hmm.
hazard a guess. Anaximander,
Hmm.
and there's another one that starts with a name that's slipping my mind. But Anaximander is one of them. Was a Greek physician in the, say, 300s BC thereabouts. Because of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of Genesis, and specifically in regards to day 5, where it says, uh, let the ocean swarm with creatures, and then reptiles, and then birds, that leap, fish to reptile to bird, that church fathers like Basil the Great in the 4th century argued for a monophyletic pedigree of fish and bird, that they are of one family in a
Mm.
clade category, well before
Mm.
Islam. So already in the early
Mm.
church, you had evolutionary ideas that Darwin in his, well, we're talking now in the 1800s, um, is relying on all this rich tradition. Now, I'm not particularly sure that he's specifically relying, he could be, on that, that Arabic scientist. But all I do know,
Possibly. Mm.
as per Desmond and Moore's documentation of his letters, that his further lost letters that have been recovered, is that Darwin was only quoting the Bible for his reliance on his theory. There's no mention of the Quran in any of his works or any other religious
Do
text.
you know SFT, standing for Truth Ministries, Donnie's channel?
Yes, I've interacted with Donnie before. Yes,
Oh, you have. Okay. Have
yeah,
you had this subject matter debated on his channel? Have you?
yes, I've debated him years ago on this. He holds to uh,
Young
basically,
Earth. Yeah.
yeah, not just young Earth, but you know that guy that oh man, well, there's an author. I forgot his name, but he has something Darwin is the name of the book, where he argues for a preloaded, like in other words, Adam and Eve are already preloaded with all the viruses and the genes that will then proliferate. If
Mm.
they're the head, genetic
Mm.
head of all the humans. I forgot his name, but the front cover of the book has a butterfly. Basically, he's a young creationist, and Donnie relies on his work to
Mm.
refute these ideas. Um,
I was just thinking it would be a good idea, because even Donnie was contemplating that he should have me on his channel once talking about evolution. I've done few debates on Donnie's channel, but never on
yeah, me
evolution.
personally, I've lost touch with him. I tried to build bridges, but all he did was he started to mock and then make thumbnails of my face, and
Oh, okay.
basically he's a big supporter of someone who I absolutely despise, Ken Hovind, who
Okay. Mm.
did horrible things to his ex-wives, and Donnie
Mm.
continued to
Mm. Mm.
platform him. And
Okay. Mm.
no, I say this still with a sense of no disrespect to Donnie.
Mm.
Like, I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I consider him a
Mm.
brother, but no way would I ever debate or come to agreement with
I did have a
uh,
debate on my
his younger
channel with
creationism.
a okay. I did have a debate on my channel on evolution with a guy from the US. He's an atheist, evolutionary biologist, atheist. He's also currently involved in doing research. I don't know how good a debate that was, but I debated him twice, in fact, consecutive, in a short period of time. I will give you the link to that. But I where is it
And
here? But I
we're
don't know how.
totally far afield from the original discussion at hand.
Yeah, but anyway, I will send you those links later on. That's fine. We can look into this now. Reynolds paper,
Okay, okay.
actually,
So
what it says.
I
Mm.
I really want to. So this is the paper. Uh, for the sake of because we're going all over the place. Remember how I asked you that other question? Where would you place the Ur of the Chaldeans?
Mhm.
Now, Urfa is where? in Turkey. Okay? Look at how this starts, this summarization of Urfa. And I'll go through this quickly, then we'll go to Reynolds' paper to build that bridge. Urfa the Glorious, a city in southeastern Turkey and the capital of, and that's the modern term for it. The city was known as Edessa from Hellenistic times and into Christian times. And by the way, if Farmhouse is still listening, her ears will perk up with the term Edessa over there. It's okay. I'm going to skip all that. It even has the Neolithic site, which, by the way, Neolithic. Remember that whole thing we were talking about, the flood being 12,000 BC. The Neolithic Göbekli Tepe is around 10,000 years ago. Fantastic timing because that matches precisely with Noah's movement more north, the Fertile Crescent, the domestication of goats, all that stuff. Now notice it says this. So the area was part of a network of the first human settlements because of its association with Jewish, Christian, and Islamic history, and a legend according to which it was the hometown of guess who? Abraham. Urfa is nicknamed the City of Prophets. Religion is important in Urfa. The city has become a center of fundamentalist Islamic beliefs and is considered one of the most devoutly religious cities in Turkey. Now, look what happens over here. Skip all this. Let's see. Skip. This is the prehistory now. Bronze Age. Edessa. Okay.
Why
this
did they
is where
name the
things.
city as? What is actually Urfa? What is Urfa actually?
No. I don't want. Although I'd like to engage that question, I'm going somewhere with this example here. So, okay. Do you see this this particular photo over here? Now look what is explained over here. So many of Edessa's Jews were merchants involved in long-distance trade between the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean. By the end of the 2nd century, again, think around the time of the Syrian Peshitta, Syriac stuff, all that stuff, right? A small Christian community had appeared in Edessa. Christianity also resonated with several religious themes already present in Edessa. Besides the concept of a virgin mother and child, there was also the concept of a divine trinity and a hope for life after death. Edessa's Jewish community was probably partly responsible for the rapid spread of Christianity in the city.
Rob, let's get back to the paper and see what he has written in the paper.
Yeah. I'm going to show you some. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
With respect to Abraham, the Syrian context, and then Reynolds' paper. Because remember, I brought this up. And the wiki article cited Reynolds with respect to the etymology of Judy, which I'm going to get to. My question to you is specifically this. The Quran speaks about Abraham's fire, that he's saved from fire. The question is, we don't see that in the Genesis account. Where is that coming from? That's the question. So I'm just skimming through all this as fast as I can to get to that point. Notice that you have Ephraim the Syrian mentioned over here. Okay, this is all constant Syrian, Christian, Syrian stuff. Now, I'm going to skip all this. Skip. Maybe if I keyword search Abraham, I'll maybe faster that way. Yeah, I'll just do that. 1 second. Okay, do you know about Abraham's Pool? Let's start with that. There's this location called Abraham's Pool, which is this. Maybe I should click on that link, but and then here we go. This notion of torturing the prophet Abraham with fire in Urfa, according to that tradition. And let's see. Okay, well, this is a summation of that pool thing over here. So, according to legend, this location was formed by the prophet Abraham's confrontation with Nimrod, who supposedly ruled over Ufa. And when Abraham came of age, he destroyed the idols, as per the Quran. And in retaliation, Nimrod made a catapult out of the castle's twin pillars and hurled Abraham into a pit of fire below. And then he was miraculously saved when the flames were turned into water. This is in this location, which is a Syrian context. And here we go. Maybe if I open up that location. Yeah, I'm going to open up that location. Hopefully, I think there's more in this particular article. Okay, yes. So, in the Genesis story, you have Ur of the Chaldeans. Ur Kasdim is the Hebrew rendering. But see how it says, due to the similarity between the Hebrew word Or, which is flame of fire, and the city Or, which is an Akkadian term, then it seems that Ur of the Chaldeans is fire of the Chaldeans. And then a whole legend came out of this. The question then is, where's the location of this Ur of the Chaldeans, which is right in this section over here. So if you locate it north, hence Urfa, then it plays right in line with the Syriac amalgamations of this legend, because it's all north. They even building buildings up there and monuments and mosques and so on. But if it's south, in southern Mesopotamia, then it has nothing to do with fire, and the Quran got it wrong. But you see, Urfa was favored by most of the ancient traditions with respect to, like, the Syrian Christians and Islam and so on. So
these things, to say the least, cannot be really deduced for any amount of certainty with some etymological linkages. It's very complex to do that. Actually, we have to rely on what I believe the best thing to do is archaeological evidence. Okay, that we have to rely on. A place where that's rife with idol worship is where you can associate Abraham to have lived, because the story about him having a fight with idol worshippers stands out as a salient feature of his background, like where he would have come from, basically. So yeah,
but what I'm saying is, as per scholarship and as per what's actually true, there was no fire of the Chaldeans. There was no Abraham thrown in a furnace or thrown into fire because he destroyed idols.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because of what's called the phonetic fallacy. The first time fire, these terms, Abraham, fire, Chaldean, or Abraham and fire, or Abraham saved from fire, the first time this occurs is in Syriac literature and in specifically Jewish Talmudic literature as well.
Are you aware of the fact that in ancient traditions, Near Eastern traditions, when blasphemy was being punished, people were basically punished with fire?
Yes, and the oldest account or the oldest archaeological evidence of fire torture happens to be in a Neo-Assyrian Babylonian context in the 6th to 5th century BC. So Daniel, basically the book of Daniel, the fiery furnace. So
Well,
there's
that would not be
no
the first. The thing is
no no
this:
no wait
you
wait
have
wait. There's no
enough
evidence.
evidence.
There's no evidence of Babylonian torture in a furnace before that, but there is in Egyptian context, but not Babylonian context. That's the first point. The second point is you have to deal with the fact that the legend of Abraham from fire comes from the phonetic fallacy of assuming that the Hebrew word or is, sorry, not the Hebrew word, the Akkadian word or, which is transliterated in the Genesis account, is the Hebrew word or. So if it's an Akkadian term, it means country or city, which happens to be southern Mesopotamia. When Jews and Syrian Christians, ignorant of Akkadian and Ugaritic because it's a dead language, when they see or then in the Hebrew text, they're going, "Oh, that sounds like fire." Even so, Jerome in his Latin Vulgate, okay, in Latin he says igni calorium. He's so even Jerome gets it wrong. Jerome is saying fire of the Chaldeans. So it's a mistranslation.
Is he dealing with the word "ur" there? Or see, I mean,
Sorry.
you're basically making it easy on you. It's like you're taking an approach of fallacy, trying to prove the fallacy. Okay, you're saying this is what happened phonetically. People thought "or" and associated fire to that place. It could have been the other way around. It could have been a place this event happened, and people therefore assigned the name. So it could be any of these things. And basically, I would go like this: the event of Abraham's punishment. I would go like, are there any historical precedents? And you would date that to 5th century BC, during Daniel's time, not before that. Okay, how do we know there was none before that? I mean, if you go down this line, you can rely that in the ancient world, people dished out the harshest of the punishments for breaking out of the tribe. Okay,
So
so
this is why
in a
I asked
matter
you about the
where,
locate. But this is why I asked you about the location of the Chaldean context of Abraham's origin. Is it northern Urfa or is it southern Ur?
well, I couldn't tell you that just because I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
So what is the unanimous consensus? So you have patristic sources and Jewish sources, and in this context, Islamic sources saying north. And hence, this is not just unique to the Quran. Even Christians, and in this context, only the Syrians. And Jerome, the reason why Jerome went with the fire reading is because he heard from the Jews that this is how or means fire. So he went with the reading anyway. And then the Latin Vulgate has the fire reading. But
Okay,
that's false.
I will give you an
That's
example.
not the Akkadian term. The Akkadian term means country or city. So, and
That's
it's
fine.
in southern Mesopotamia, which has no furnace, torture, fiery stuff, because we've gone to the ziggurats there, we've gone to the culture there in Sumer, and we've even seen how they work. We've even looked at the cuneiform. We look at the how do they work with prisoners, or what was that, if they did do torture, what type of torture? There
No,
is no
basically,
evidence of
basically,
such a
Rob,
situation
this
with
is the thing.
Abraham.
Rob, this is the thing. Abraham was unique. Basically, he was unique. A a lad that basically stood out. Okay, done something unprecedented in that society or community. Got excommunicated, went into exile. All of that was unique to Abraham. Now, the punishment that he would have received would also be unique, and there would not be a an allele sort of punishment that would have been given to lots of people who were criminals. You would not expect that because Abraham was unique, did something unprecedented. So a punishment that would have been dished out to him would also be unique. Okay, having said that, the the thing that I want you to bring you to to a particular attention is this: in the ancient world, Solomon's kingdom, as being talked about even by Jesus in the gospel, even Solomon in his grandeur would not be dressed as the lilies of this garden that are here today and tomorrow will be thrown into the fire. So even Jesus mentions the grandeur of Solomon's kingdom, the son of David. Now, there's a story with Solomon, the king of Sheba. I'm sorry, the queen of Sheba that comes to visit Solomon, right? Now, people have always wondered, or did she come from the south, from Yemen, from Africa, from what and whatnot? So I'm asking you, where do you think Sheba came from?
From the south, and I can even show you maps. Which again, dude, this is with all due respect. This is what I at the start of the discussion I was hoping we don't do. Just go into this meandering side examples. I'm trying my best to stick to the topic at hand, which is the Islamic
The thing is
dilemma
this:
context.
something that we have to
And
be
I'm saying this with all
sharply
due
looking at.
respect, but
Yeah,
at the same time, what I'm saying is I'm not trying to boast that I know a lot of things, but at the same time, I hope you have a taste that I've looked into this with a careful, fine-tooth comb, and
we all
I've
do that,
critically
Rob.
asked the questions. Yes, but what
Rob,
I'm
we
that's
all
why
do
I'm
that.
asking you
Yeah.
but that's why I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you specifically when it comes to the Quran's claim about history, which at the end of the day is this is what Allah thinks happens in history. So Allah says Judy is the location of the landing of the ark. Allah says Joseph was called a splendid angel by those women that cut their hands. Allah says Abraham was saved from fire. Allah says XYZ. Ergo, if I then discover legends that are just that, just legends, fanfic,
Now
made
the
up
question is, how
stuff
do you
that have
know? The
no
question is this:
relevance to the
the
original
question is,
context of the
look,
stories,
I've
my
been asking you the
question
same
is
all over
why does
again.
Allah
Yeah.
regurgitate the same ahistorical content of just the
I've just,
first 5 centuries or 6 centuries of the Common
look,
Era?
I've
And
told
I'm
you this.
giving these
I've told you this.
examples.
I get it. I get the point. I get the point. The point being this: how do you know the biblical information is more accurate than the information that the Syrian priests were dishing out? How do you know that? And how do you even establish Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat? Have you found it on Mount Ararat? Is
Oh
there
my
any
goodness.
archaeological survey that
Dude,
has located the Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat? I mean, these are the questions that you need to be actually asking.
obviously that's a question I'd ask. And obviously what would be my answer? What did I say Gopherwood was? What did I say based on the critical scholarship where I use that critical scholarship to my advantage? How ironic. In other words, I don't negatively reject it, I actually need it. The critical scholarship says that gopher, the term gopher, is it a Hebrew term? Where does gopher come from etymologically? Because see, you said there are texts that predate Genesis. Okay, I agree. So here we go. Here's it in action. The Akkadian term kupru is a coordinate to this very rare, very peculiar term gopher that has plagued translators. That's why the King James, ironically, just transliterates it. It doesn't even translate it. Oh, it's gopherwood. It
Can we
means
look into
reed.
this, Rob? Can we
So
look into
if it's
this
a
on a
reed,
pen or paper? Yeah.
if it's a reed boat, this is to answer your question. If it's a reed boat, can reeds be preserved? If it's a coracle reed craft, am I
All I
expected
can say,
to
Rob,
find
Rob,
evidence
all I can say is,
of a 12,000 BC reed craft up there in Urartu region? The answer
Rob,
is no.
to be honest, and to be respectful to you, all I can say is these are really vague leads into concluding anything. Okay, so if even if I comment anything, it'll be out of knowledge, like without knowledge. So it is not fair for me to conclude anything at this point in time. Can we just look into the paper that Reynolds has
Yes.
on
Okay.
those things
All
that
right.
you
Let's
were
do that.
showing?
Okay. So because the reason why I then answered it that way, and I promise you, I'll get to the paper right now in 5 seconds,
Mm.
is because that's exactly what's going on with the phonetic fallacy with or. Jews, not knowing that or in Genesis means city or country as per the Akkadian term or, assume it's a Hebrew term or, which is light fire, and a whole legend emerges. Oh, what? Why
No,
did he what does
that's
he say from the fire? Oh,
that's
he must
difficult
have
to believe.
destroyed the idols.
No, that's more difficult to believe. Okay, even if they associated fire to the word, that was a fallacy to do. They would not have come up with this story to spin it off like, oh, okay, Abraham got thrown into the fire, he got rescued. That's, to me, it's a
What if I was
bridge
to
too
show
far.
you in
It's too
writing
far.
that when in the Quran where it says "Be cool, be a tranquility"? What if I was to show you that that predates the Quran and it's in the rabbinic source
That's
around the fourth
fine.
century
I
CE,
told you. I told
verbatim,
you.
word
What I
for
told you
word?
is this. What I told you
Like
is
no,
this.
but what would you do with that? Is that true? Did they get
Of
it
course, it is
correct?
true. Look, listen, you have not. You have maybe you're not paying
But how
attention
did
to
they
what I'm
get it
saying.
true? No, but how did they
Wait
how
a
did they
second,
get it
please.
true?
Let me finish. Let me finish. So these stories are not being told the very first time to the Arabic prophet. There is prophets before the Arabic prophet, and the Arabic
Yeah,
the
and who
all these
who mentioned
prophets.
this? Be cool,
What
be
do
a
you mean? Who mentioned
tranquility.
that?
Any time in the BC period, who mentioned that? Who
I don't
mentioned
know.
be cool, be a tranquility in the BC period?
Possibly John the Baptist. What do you, what survives? What
No, man.
survives? Look, hang on. What survives? What survives out of John the Baptist? What survives out of him? What
Oh
was
my
he doing
gosh.
in even during his ministry? Obviously, when he was consecrated as a prophet of God, God would communicate to him the stories of the prophets. Okay, so I mean, there are plenty of ways to explain information that can precede the Quran. Okay, it's nothing. It's not a big deal. Can we look into the paper, please? I'm
Yes,
interested.
yes. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
bring up the paper. Because while we read through the paper in the background, I'm opening up my old software LibriNex to read what's called The Legends of the Jews. It's a compilation work of all the legends in the Common Era period before the Quran. And I think your eyes will be raised, or your eyebrows will be raised when we get to the bit about him smashing the idols, even going out of his way to mock them, saying, "Go and ask the idol, the biggest idol that has the axe in the hand." Same thing in the Quran. And that phrase, "Be cool, be a tranquility." Even Gabriel is mentioned there, by the way. So, okay, let's get to the
Yeah,
paper.
I will be very interested to look into this sort of. What is the source? Where do you read these things from?
This is all in compiled rabbinic literature of that period that I'll show you literally as the software op- It takes about five, 10
Can
minutes
you
for the
share me a
software
link that I
to
can read
open.
when I'm like
I don't have
on
a link.
liberty?
It's all stored in what I call LibriNex. It's a compilation software of academic works. But there's a book called Legends of the Jews, which its final revision was in 2003 by the Jerusalem Publication Society. All right. Um, Here is Reynolds's paper. So, a reflection on two chronic words, Iblis and Judy. So, I'm going to skip straight to the Judy bit. Because notice this notion of Syriac influence on the Quran. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so he starts with Iblis first over here. I'll skip all this. Okay, Judy. The philological mystery surrounding Al Judy comes from the absence of any related term in Jewish or Christian literature on
I can't
Noah. The
see
Hebrew
that.
Bible. Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry, I've got the. There we go. Okay, you can see that?
Yeah, sure.
All right. The philological mystery surrounding Al Judy comes from the absence of any related term in Jewish or Christian literature on Noah. The Hebrew Bible refers to the mountains of Ararat. In footnote 46, notice how he even speaks about a deuterocanonical text, Tobit, over here, and connecting it to the Assyrian king Sennacherib, and basically that's that. So, in the Syriac Peshitta and Aramaic Targums, however, the term Kardu appears in the place of Ararat. Later texts, accordingly, whether Hebrew, Aramaic, or Syriac, name Noah's Apobaterion as Kardu, or the Aramaic, the Armenian Korduk. Footnote 47, he says, most likely Kardu is related to the term Kurd. Okay, then he says Kardu is almost universally identified as a peak near the headwaters of the Tigris River in what is today extreme southeastern Turkey, in a mountain chain generally referred to by the Greek name, and there's that Greek, and it's apparently a cognate of Kardu. Unlike the imposing solitary peak to the north that was later given the name Mount Ararat, so there's a masses term you saw in the wiki article, Kardu is a mountain of less impressive height, one peak in a mass of similar mountains. The association of Kardu with the Great Flood is an ancient one, going back at least to the Babylonian tradition. In footnote 48, he says, the Babylonian Berosus, which was the Babylonian historian, reports that his boat landed near the mountains of, and there's the Greek term, where he's referring to Jeffrey. There's that, with the one with the starts with a D over there. So the Gilgamesh epic, however, identifies this as Nissa, a mountain most likely identical with the modern Per Umar Gudrun in southern Kurdistan. This is basically 600 kilometers from Cordo, Judy. So remember how I said, like at least 10 times in our discussion earlier, that the ancient Near Eastern version has it more lower in Iraq. So the frontier of modern Iraq and Iran is what
So how
the author of
how is
Genesis
I
would
mean,
be
I'm
aware of.
curious. Look, I'm basically curious of how the correlation, because the Syriac Pachita uses Kordu, how is that being even
So he's about to
construed
say it.
as
Yeah,
Judy?
he's about to say it. Notice. So the Babylonian tradition, whence it made its way into biblical and later Judeo-Christian tradition. Now notice footnote 49. See, for example, the references to Noah and Mount Kardu. Now notice this, in the aforementioned Cave of Treasures. Cave of Treasures is a Syriac work. Elsewhere, in page 154 in that particular work, which, anyway, the point is, the cave refers to a village named Tamnin, or 80, where the 8 survivors of the Great Flood settled. This name is preserved by Islamic tradition, appearing in Arabic works as, and here's the Arabic term, which I'm sure you can pronounce, likely due to the influence of the Syriac name as a nominative Arabic form of the word, Thamanun. The Kurdish name for the village, Hashtim, likewise reflects this tradition. Then he says, the Kardu in Genesis 8:4 of the Peshitta and the Aramaic Targums is a gloss, keyword, gloss on, and not a variant of, the Hebrew Ararat. Okay, now footnote 50, he clarifies to look at this particular lexical entry in that Thesaurus Syriacus. Then he says, Ararat, or the Assyrian Urartu, is the name of a district and not a single mountain. It was only later, or this massive or great Ararat earned the title of Ararat. Okay, I'm going to skip down all this because that's dealing with the Hebrew. Okay, Muslim scholars identified the Judi of Surah 1144 with this same mountain. For this reason, the peak is today known as Jabal Judi or Judi Dag. The references to Judi as a mountain in Mesopotamia come quite early. Here's Suleiman placing Judi near Mosul, and these are basically all the Muslim tradition stuff with the location.
Yeah,
of the
okay,
mountain.
that's
So
not
let's get
convincing.
straight to the linguistics here. I want to get straight to that.
Yeah, the thing is, Muslim scholars have done heaps of blunders during the Islamic expansion, after the medieval times. I mean, Muslim scholarly works, even tafsirs, have plenty of blunders. So those are not leads that we have to really tread as something credible.
Well, at the end of the day,
If the
you're not
Muslim
dealing
scholars had
with just
identified, suppose if
yeah,
the
but
Muslim scholars had identified the remains of Noah's Ark, and then they found, okay, here it is, then that would make sense. But just name calling something out of henches is not something that I would be interested in.
yeah, but
Yeah,
but notice you're not just dealing with when you're saying Muslim scholars did erroneous things. At the end of the day, it's in your Quran. This is what Allah is saying. Allah chose Judy.
yeah, but
So
how do you? The thing is this: Allah has said Judy, okay, but now in that period of time, like in the 7th century, what was the understanding of this word? Even if it stems from Syria, for example, where a
if
people
it if
group
it if it stems,
who,
the point is if it stems from Syriac, that is the Islamic dilemma. Because at the end of the day, it's not from Allah. It's from a uniquely Syriac influence. That particular
yeah,
text.
now hang on. I mean, if you would like to, if you're anxious or if you are in urgency to prove the Quran to be wrong, then you would be basically
No, I'm not
you would
doing that
work with
either.
a premise of confirmation bias. You would want to interpret every piece of evidence
But I'm
to
not
favor
doing
your
that.
position. But if you're not doing that, then you can look into things like this. Even if the word was picked up by Syriac into the Quran, okay, that only requires us to identify the Syriac notion of this word and its location, okay. Not that we have to follow a different trajectory and trace its location based on what Islamic scholars did. No, the Syriac understanding of the origins of this word and what the word meant and where it was geographically located. That's what we need to find out.
Yes. So Reynolds is about to tackle this. So after all that geographical amalgamation of what people were thinking about the location, he then says
But
everything then
um,
seems
but
to be
so far, but so far, I'm not convinced that the word Judi originates from Cordu.
well.
I'm not.
Let's
I'm
see
not
what
convinced.
Reynolds says.
Sure, go
So
ahead.
everything then seems to be in perfect harmony regarding this location of Noah. The only riddle that remains is the fact that Islamic tradition against the sum, notice this, against the sum of Mesopotamian and Judeo-Christian tradition refers to this place not as Kardu, but as Judi. Western scholars have come up with two different answers to this riddle. The first, which is this German scholar, who discusses the Kardu Judi problem, he relies in large part on a reference from Yakut to a second peak named Judi in the territory of the Banu Tayi in the Arabian Peninsula. And Yakut quotes a verse in praise of this mountain by an early poet named Abu Satara al-Baulani. And the verse comes basically to reference to Judi in the course of this tribe and throws a Noah over there. But I want to get specifically to the etymology here. So let's see here. I'm going to skip. Well, this is an interesting statement over here. It says, it would seem, this is a quotation by Jeffrey agreeing with Noldeck, it would seem that Muhammad imagined that the people of Noah, like those of Ad and those of Thamud, were dwellers of Arabia. And so, according to the theory, Muhammad chose an Arabian mountain named Judi as the location because it was, quote, the highest peak in the neighborhood. Later on, Muslim scholars learned of the Mesopotamian Jewish-Christian tradition of Mount Kadu, and casting aside Muhammad's, or better, the Quran's vision of the matter, they switched the title of Judi to this latter mountain. But then he, based on that, Reynolds is like, look, is the matter really this clear? Would Islamic tradition have been so quick to abandon the Quran's edification in favor of the Jewish and Christian one? I'm going to skip down.
It's not impressive, by the way.
Yeah, this is a theory that was an attempt to try and solve this, right? Because it's an anomaly. Now he comes down to the second theory with respect to linguistics. So the term Judi is simply a corruption of Syriac Kadu, which is hardly an obvious conclusion since the two terms share only one consonant. Mingana derives Judi from Kordu in two steps, one phonological and one orthographical. First, he maintains that Kordu came to the Quran through someone who spoke with Bedouin dialect and pronounced the kaf as gaf, which was recorded by a Qari as a jim. This is something you'll need to clarify. Then he says,
all of these are like supposed mishaps, linguistic mishaps or phonetic mishaps. And to build a case on assumption of a series of mishaps is what I call desperation to prove certain points. Well, I'm not impressed with it. I wrote something about it in my commentary, which I would like to read you about. This.
Wait, but I haven't. But I would like to finish. This is near the end of the article. I'd like to finish with Reynolds's proposal, because he says, look, that since this guy says no other explanation of the word Judi seems to me worth mentioning, Reynolds comes back and says, Mingana's theory deserves to be taken seriously. And then he says, the theory clearly benefits from Yakut's statement on Judi quoted above, a statement that Mingana shows no awareness of, that Judi is, quote, a letter-by-letter Arabization from the Torah or Torah. Yakut argues that Judi is not an Arabic term, but rather a borrowing from the Torah. If the Torah that Yakut has in mind here is the, guess what, the Peshitta, or the Aramaic Targum, then Judi would be exactly, as argued, a corrupted transliteration of Kordu. And then he says, the one piece of the puzzle is the appearance of the... Now, what's that letter in Judi? The one in quotations of you.
I? Is it I?
Yeah, but what would that be in Arabic?
Yeah.
So he says the region around Yabal Judi, known in Syriac as Bet Kadu, is known in Arabic as... what's that?
Kordi. The region around...
Even with this A over here?
That's actually, yeah, Kordi.
Okay. As is reported by these guys.
Yeah,
okay, so he then says, this is 77, so he has all the references to the Islamic literature on that. So then he says, thus the Syriac U had entered into the Arabic as... Now, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that U there correctly, Syriac, but there's the Arabic letter there. A shape which can also be read as a... What's that?
Yeah.
This can be explained in another fashion. The Syriac adjective for Kadu is Kadwaya, or kurdaya. The Quranic term Judy might be seen as a substantive adjective with a nishba ending, that is, the mountain is referred to by the local Syriac-speaking population by its adjectival form as Kadbaya or Tura Kadbaya, and that it was this form that was adopted into Quranic Arabic. So the Arabic ya came from the Syriac ya. The scenario is perhaps more plausible in light of another reason to believe that Judy is actually a nisba, which he'll discuss below. And so the next problematic letter in Judy is the Arabic. And what would that letter be?
That's a vowel, wow.
Okay, which according
That is
to...
not a problematic letter at all for me. The problematic letters to work with would be consonants, and the first of the consonant, which is qaf, is a major problem because you have equivalents in Arabic. You don't have to shift the consonant to ja from qaf. It could be a near
Then
landing,
what does
like
he then what does he mean by
near
this?
landing. Sorry.
Yeah, but what does he mean then when he says the scriptural corruption came from a misreading of the Syriac resh, the skeletal shape of the dalat or resh in the Surta Syriac script is very
I could
close to the
grant
Arabic
that.
vav.
I could grant that. I could grant that. Okay, somebody could have done that mistake. I could grant that. But granting a misreading will not create a phonetic. Okay. Basically, languages operate on phonetics. Even if somebody misreads it, people would identify that. People would be people. I mean, these are oral cultures. Remember, people would identify that. Okay, people would say you're misreading it. They would not digest a misreading of a phonetic and absorb it in the language. They wouldn't do that.
Okay.
So I don't see this as a compelling investigation. Basically, with these sort of things, I would rely like this. In fact, what I wrote about this in my sort of providing some notes here is this. After I've done my research, I basically said the ark carrying Noah, his family, and a few select members eventually came to rest atop Mount Judi, as the Quran says. Traditional accounts suggest that Mount Judi is in Sirnak province located in southeastern Turkey near the city of whatever, Tigris River. It was not as straightforward to map out locations with names used in traditional accounts. However, another potential site of Mount Tendruk in Durinpinar caught global attention. The Turkish authorities did not confirm any findings related to Noah's Ark after performing investigations on the geological site. Mount Tendruk site is a geological formation of 164 meters. The Bible, however, describes the site to be on Mount Ararat with elevation 2,000 meters. Okay. Contrary to the biblical narrative, which places Ark's landing on Mount Ararat, Mount Tenderuk was compelling geological impression of Noah's Ark. Mount Ararat, with its summit ranging from 2,000 meters above sea level, proves a difficult proposition. So I'm basically arguing here that these elevations, some are very high, like 1,000 to couple of thousand meters. Okay, that's like 2 kilometers high, and some of the geological formations are pretty smaller, like 164 meters. So the ones that Bible mentions, it's a pretty tall mountain, like 2Ks worth of flooding, for example. Would what take
No,
the
no, no,
take
no.
the ark to be placed at that elevation? Okay, but if you're looking at smaller sites, which are smaller hills, which you can basically come to the conclusion that the flooding might have pushed the ark to some hilltops which are smaller, not really kilometers worth of pushing them higher into the altitude. Basically, this is the kind of research we may need to do to arrive at a plausible location of where the ark could be found, rather than names that have been lost in history and all of these etymological changes that have happened. Really, I don't think that's a compelling argument to go down that route, basically.
Yeah, but okay. Again, with all due respect, man,
Yeah.
if I'm arguing for a local flood, as I showed you in that map, and again, I don't want to deviate from what I'm about to read the conclusion of what Reynolds is saying here. Do you honestly expect me to say that the Indian Ocean waters are going to climb up 2K's worth of mountain range? No, that did not happen. Most of the Persian Gulf
Good.
is low-lying and flat.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The text says mountains. Urartu and Ararat was once huge, like the entire Fertile Crescent was known as the Kingdom of Urartu. So the mountains of Ararat are all the mountains that go down towards, guess what? Iraq. Hence, the Genesis text is more in line with the Mesopotamian story of, as Reynolds has just mentioned a moment ago in a footnote, where it's a lot more south. So the Bible is much more logical. It's not saying on Mount Ararat. It says mountains of Ararat. And Ararat is, if you go along with cognates, it's the kingdom of Urartu, which is that whole region. What this is getting at, and what our original discussion was about, is why is Judy in the Quran? Why is Judy on the lips of Allah? Why is Allah saying Judy? And the whole argument that Chris is making is that if the Quran already has a Syriac influence, then you might as well call Allah the God of the Syrians, not the God of the Arabs, because the Quran is just rehashing Syrian stuff. So let me fit all that whole geographical thing you just laid out is completely not even just a red herring. That was like a total random, has no relation to what we're talking about. We're talking about the phenomenon of the term Judy. And since you know Arabic, I'm actually relying on you. Also, not because I trust that you're honest. So I'm relying you, and I'm also sharing the scholarship to compare notes and to see where this goes. I don't care about elevation and hill elevation and all that stuff.
So I'm giving you my honest feedback as to what I made sense out of this. Is
now I haven't even finished.
Not...
This is literally the second last page before he gets to his conclusion. He's about to bring up something very specific with the Kurd, the term for the Kurds here. So he says this bit, which you did actually agree is a possibility, but you're saying it's still all hypothetical. Okay, fine. He then says this. The transformation of the first letter from a kaf to a jim would then seem to be the most problematic. The link here is provided by G.R. Driver. He was a biblical scholar. In an article on the origins of the term Kurd, Driver argues convincingly that the Syriac term Kardu comes from the same root as the term Kurd. He also provides a table of the forms that this word took among Greek and Latin writers to refer to the Kurds of the Kurdistan. In many of these forms, the first consonant appears not as a K or Q, but as a G. And hence this is where we get the Greek term, right? So the Ptolemy
consonant appears not as K or Q, but rather as G.
So Ptolemy, for example, gives, and there's the Greek rendition, there's the gamma, the Kurdish mountain, a term equivalent to Syriac Tura Gurdwaya. Clearly the first consonant of Kordu and its adjective Kardwaya or Kordwaya was often pronounced G. And in footnote 85 he says this. The close relationship of the Syriac Gamel and Kaf has recently been pointed out by Luxemburg, which you heard in the Chris's stream. The other guest was speaking about Luxemburg a lot, who notes that the verb to shine also appears commonly. Notice this, you have zilag here or something. I don't know how to pronounce that term. And he says this phenomenon can also be seen in the name of another mountain, Kara Kushib in Kurdish, which in Syriac becomes Gara with a D, the D Kusib. Now, see where he's going to go with this now. Look at this. Most likely then, The mountain in question was referred to as Tura Gurdwaya, Gurd with a G, which was taken into Arabic as Al Jabal Al Gurdi, or the Kurdish mountain. This phrase was abbreviated as Al Gurdi with the G. So the G then was written with a jim, as is typical for Syro-Aramaic words in Arabic. And so then the Ra was misread as a Vav, and Al Judi appeared. So thus, while by no means simple, an etymology of Judi from Kardu is not anomalous. It deserves to be taken seriously in light of the reference from Yakut and the weaknesses of the Middle theory. So that is now the standard explanation for this.
Okay. These are postulates, and we can look into this. And perhaps if they continue to do some research, they would come up with some better explanation. But yeah, I can't say anything at this point in time, to be honest, my friend. I mean, I cannot really postulate why they are um, going down this route, or even though they identify the difficulty thereof, they would want to drive down a point of phonetic harmonization. I don't know why would they do that when there is consonants available in the Arabic to work with. How it would shift into Greek using the letter Jim, and then transitioning into Arabic from Greek, and then maintaining the rest of the consonantal structure as comes in Syriac. I don't know why it would take this particular route. It seems very complex, and it seems very undoable for me, to be honest with you. But
And
I would want
then
to.
a simple question for you is
Yeah,
the chapter on Jonah. Okay, how do you say it in Arabic?
Yunus.
Yunus. Okay, is Yunus how phonetically how like if I went to him directly, I was like, "Hey, Yunus," would he recognize that that's how his name is pronounced?
Perhaps not.
Why?
Jesus wouldn't recognize if you say him Isa, for example. He
Yeah,
would not. Yeah.
yes, I'm going with this. So, what was his name? How was his name originally pronounced? Do you reckon?
Well, I think if Jonah was speaking, possibly I can come to terms with this, that he was speaking Hebrew language. Okay.
Yeah, yep,
Yeah. So how would that be pronounced in Hebrew?
Yona.
Yonah, right? So
Right now,
yeah,
where does Eunice come from?
I think that's Arabicization of that word, Hebrew word.
No,
You
no, no,
Arabicize
no,
the Hebrew
no,
word.
no. There's a language in between Hebrew and Arabic.
You mean to say Syriac?
No,
Then
Greek. The Greek Septuagint has Eunice for Yona.
okay.
And now you have a transliterated Greek in Arabic. So it's the Septuagint's I suppose if you want to say transliteration, I don't think it would be a translation, because to translate Jonah would be a whole sentence like Yah is and whatever it means. So it's a Septuagint transliteration in Greek, which then gets another transliteration in Arabic. The point is, why doesn't Allah say his original name in Arabic? That can be done, but no, you have a Greek, like in other words, Allah is only aware of the Greek transliteration of his original Hebrew name. You brought up how this is all convoluted because you have to throw in some Greek stuff and so on. But that's why I threw up the Eunice example. Because see, when you have Reynolds speaking about this transition, right? For example, Ptolemy here speaking about the Kurdish mountain with the hard G there. linguistics at play beautifully demonstrates that you have here what was originally called the Mountain of, and this is Kurdwaya, which is a Kurdish, the term for Kurdish, the Kurdish mountain. This is the only explanation for how it then becomes Judy.
So then
So
the older argument, the same very paper puts up that the Reish was misunderstood as wow, would
this
not be
this
valid because the Greek still carries the ra, the Reish.
no. What he's saying here is that you have an example in actual writing by a Greek author like Ptolemy, who in Greek, there's the Greek word over here. The fact that he has the G there for what is the K or the Q is
And then
a type of evidence. See, it says clearly the first consonant of Kadu and its adjective was often pronounced with a G.
so let's read the Greek there. The first letter is lambda, and then what's the next one? How do you read that? What's that?
Let me just bring this up. Oops, not that. I'll just search this in a lexicon over here. I'm just trying to search for, like, he brings it up somewhere around here.
So why do you, just out of the conversation, why don't you think what do you think is the reason we haven't found Noah's Ark?
Because the ark was nothing but a reed-like, house-like structure that just floated and was dismantled and was it would not have survived because it's just made out of reeds. It's not some grand Titanic ship. It's uh, it's just a water-based hovercraft, like what you see with the Marsh Arabs.
A reed. What is a reed basically?
You know, the reed plant, reed wood.
Is that the Bible? Is that the Bible's description?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with the term gopher. Where, what is gopher? Gopher wood. Gopher comes from the Akkadian term for reed.
So basically, Noah built a ship out of the grass family.
Yes.
Do you
Not a
reckon
ship,
it's
an ark, a chest. So,
yeah,
for
and it
example,
housed all of the
Moses' little chest was out of reeds, right? It's the same
that
term
just
used.
really carried a baby. That just really carried a baby.
Yes, it's to do with the
But Noah's
size.
flood carries a lot more.
So you have, this is why I'm saying you have Marsh Arabs today. You can Google this, just Google image Marsh Arabs. You'll actually see house-sized structures holding even cows on board. So Noah is just taking farm animals on board and his family, and they're drifted north to the Urartu region. That's all it is.
And you reckon the ocean waters came in to lift them up?
Yes. Not lift them. Well, if you want to say lift them and float them, but basically the Persian Gulf was formed as we see it today. So the present day Persian Gulf is basically Noah's flood.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, that's your opinion, but I don't think that to be the location. I didn't necessarily think that was a location where Noah lived, but anyway, okay.
By the way, I want to show you. I want to show you this. Um, now that we've discussed all that, I want to see your reaction and thoughts to this. Uh, let's see here.
Even the Genesis story that we talked about in the morning with on Chris's stream
Yeah. Does
that you
this
brought
work? Can you
up.
see this?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
What I thought was those stories that we were having a chat on in Genesis were not really internally consistent. This is the problem that I have with Genesis. I see Genesis as an account which is heavily inconsistent, internally inconsistent. Okay. So the way that I work with these texts is basically when I work with the Quran, I just work with the Quran's internal consistency. Okay. If it is internally consistent, that would be my first investment of trust in a text. But when I have read the Genesis, basically the accounts of Genesis, my first memory of reading those accounts critically was the text was heavily internally inconsistent. Even in the morning when we were talking about Joseph's account, I was about to tell you those things, but I just kept quiet because that was not the intent of the text being discussed. So that would be my approach for me to bring or invest trust into a text. I would want to see and find out. The first impression is the text is internally consistent. Would be my first criteria with which I would gauge the credibility of the text. Okay, and then look the highlights that you're trying to make here, that the Syriac highlights that the Quran borrows, that is not a problem at all to me, because these stories have been told prior, and especially that community of the liturgical community in Israel, the first century Israel, Jerusalem, who believed in the Messiah movement and believed in Jesus Christ. Their pastoral work involved telling and retelling of the stories to keep faith and persevere in faith, and when faced with hardships. So this is the reason why the prophetic stories have come to instill faith. So you, I could make a fair assessment and assumption that these stories outside of the Bible have survived and gotten reflected into Syriac literature, those homilies, okay, where these pastoral works have been done to institute faith in the face of adversity. Basically, if the Quran brings language that is similar to what was given before to maybe John the Baptist, for example, if not Jesus, then the Quran is not in trouble. There's the correlation that you draw, because the Quran is appealing to some, and moreover, what is the how much is the matter? The matter is not significant. It's countable on the fingertops. Like, you can really count the occasions when it is mimicking that language, and it's not even a fuller storytelling. It's certain phrases, and those phrases amount to a very insignificant proportion to the whole volume of the Quran, which is a massive text. And you don't even I don't even rate personally the authenticity of the Quran based on those phraseologies, because some of the phraseologies that Arabs themselves practiced in ancient Arabia, like for example, in some of the findings of the rock carvings that are really being looked into by Dr. Jalad. If I don't know if you're aware of him, who was finding uh, you know rock
Yeah, the
carvings in the
Sephardic
rock.
scripts. Yes.
Yeah, basically. So the language goes like this.
Which, by the way, he says that Isa is actually a pre-Islamic deity that means ransomer, which is why Christians going into Arabia use that term for Jesus, who's the ransomer.
So I
And
mean,
that's why it
when the
appears in the
Quran
Quran.
does
That's Jalad's
narrate,
argument.
when Quran does narrate, it's narrating to people, and people are used to certain concepts in terms of their theology and stuff like that. And the Quran gets that concept and narrates the truth into that concept. One of the verses could be like Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. There is a verse in the Quran which I think Jalal pointed out. So basically, the Quran is working with people. It's giving them the correct theology, basically. So they have certain liturgical phrases which they have used during funerary times of funerary services or what and whatnot. When the Quran renditions them, it renditions them in proper light and giving them the correct theology. Okay, so none of this points at Quran being not a divine source to me. This is not compelling enough. The Quran should be assessed on what I call abyssal epistemology, where the contents of the Quran can be verified from the standpoint that we have advanced knowledge today and how the Quranic knowledge becomes current. Remember, you used the word current? So that's how I believe the bona fide origins of the Quran can be um, critiqued. And if it falls short, it falls short, basically. Okay. So I think the way to beat the Quran is a game level up than what we are doing right now here. Just the Quran borrows some of the Syriac phraseology and then it disproves it. No, I don't think so. It's a good argument.
Yeah, that's just ignoring like the last, I don't know, 4 hours of dialoguing about this. And I even shown you a scholarly work by Reynolds showcasing the etymological thing, trusting your knowledge of Arabic, and then you affirm that the hypothesis
Basically,
actually
look,
has
I have not,
weight,
like, basically, I have not
but
done
then you're still
injustice.
rejecting it.
No, Rob, you got to give me the
And
credit. I've
then
not
and
done
then on
injustice.
no, but
Rob,
then on top of
please
that,
listen to
then
me.
you
Listen to
then
my statement, please. Please.
wait,
You
wait.
should really give
Then
me the
you
credit of not
assert.
being dishonest
I'm not
because
saying
I
you're
pointed out
dishonest. I'm
right in the
saying
beginning.
it's just a dismissal. So and then
The
on
fact
top of
is
that,
this.
you have to argue that Genesis is inconsistent internally,
No, the fact
knowing
is, Rob,
that.
Rob, please.
Give me
Rob,
any example, and I'll refute it.
Rob, please listen to me out. I told you right in the beginning the problematic word would be consonant off. And that's exactly what you showed at the end. Towards the end, you said Reynolds himself admits this is the most difficult bit. And that's what I stated right in the beginning. So I'm not being dishonest in any way. I gave you my
Yeah, no,
correct
no, no. He said
sort
that
of
at the before he analyzed the argument. He's saying this last piece obviously is now how the heck do we deal with this basically, and he deals with it and concludes that the term Judy comes from an original term that meant the Kurdish mountain, which completely contradicts not just Bible, but practically every other text in history that identifies a whole different location for the Ark's landing.
okay.
Ergo,
Now look,
the
now
only reason why Judy's there in the Quran is, guess what? Because of the original Syriac translation Kordu. So
okay. I
Allah
have a
should have known
question.
better.
I
Allah
have
should
a
have been
question.
like, Allah should have just said Uratu or something, and then we wouldn't
No,
even be having this discussion.
okay. I've got a question to you. I've got a question to ask. So when and who were using the word Judy?
So
Not the word Kordu, not the word Kordu, the word
yes,
Judy.
yes,
Yeah,
according to Reynolds' argument, what would be the answer to that question?
I don't know.
Because see, Judy is the Arabic, right?
Okay.
So you have the Arabic speaker, who whatever the speaker is it God or is it some human? Either way, the Arabic speaker, the only either Judy is just wholesale a brand new word that just came from the ether, just bang, all Judy, or it has an etymological connection to some word lurking in that territory, and the only word that can be associated with the term, if there is a connection, like for example, Eunice is an Arabized form of Eunice in the Greek transliteration of Yona. Like, see, you have a connection, right? So does Judy have that same connection? The only connection is the Syriac rendition of Ararat.
I believe what I believe is this. I believe the word Judy was not this word from the ether, but very much used in the context. Okay, I think the Christian Arabs used it prior to Islam. Okay,
Then you need to
um,
show the evidence.
this is the
You can't
thing. I
just
mean,
say it.
yeah, I know. This is the thing. I mean, we are on this trajectory of finding information when we are now actually going back and looking for information on the rocks and every possible material that things were written down. So it's only a matter of time when people stumble across some of the writings of the ancient texts and come across with proper connections, rather than just now trying to push the game into a corner that we would want to push. So all I can say is
I
this: we have
also,
to just wait and
yeah.
watch.
And plus,
Even
we've been streaming for 4 hours now. I do want to end it with this
yeah,
example from this thing called it's a compilation work called Legends of the Jews. The work was first done by this
do
gentleman
you have this
back
on
in the
your
early
hard drive or something
1900s.
like that? Do you have this on your hard drive?
Physically, yes, but it's a specialized library format. But notice this fiery furnace, right? This is a compilation of rabbinic literature that predates the Quran, but also postdates the New Testament era. And this story of Abraham, this is the only time it ever occurs anywhere. There's no mention of this anywhere in the BC period. So
So,
see
so
how
where,
it
where do you think it
says
came from? Where do you think it came from?
the Jews, the rabbinic Jews themselves, post temple, post 70 AD, destruction of the temple, but pre Quran. So
Okay,
you have to wonder, why on earth does this story repeat in the Quran? And let's just go through the story. So it says
I
here.
don't have to wonder at all. It makes perfect sense to me. I don't have to wonder. I
No,
don't know
no, no,
why
no,
you
no.
think I should wonder about it.
I want to show you, because there are terms in the story that do not appear in the Quran. Terms like Nimrod, terms like terror. So I want to show you that the Quran has basically taken this much more fleshed out story and just with scissors cut up and sort of given like piecemeal versions of this legendary tale.
Yeah, I just want to ask you
So
one more thing here. The word in the Quran, Azar, do you reckon that Azar word in the Quran is an idol, or it's the name of Abraham's father?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if it's terror, then it's totally different. Like, in other words, even the name is wrong because it's terror, not Aza. So but that's
In
if
in
it's
in
connected to his father. So I'll
in
just read this out.
in
I'll just read this legend out with no pause or no commentary. Just have a feel of the flow of the story. So it's all in the context of the idols that are present in this Chaldean context. Nimrod, invites Abraham and to see the greatness and the wealth and blah blah blah. Then notice what happens. Alone with the idols, and while he repeated the words, "The eternal He is God, the eternal He is God," he struck the king's idols from their thrones and began to belabor them with an axe. With the biggest he started and the smallest he ended. He hacked off feet of one, and the other he beheaded. This one had his eyes struck out, the other had his hands crushed. After all were mutilated, he went away, having first put the axe into the hand of the largest idol. Sounds very much like what we see in the Quran. Then it says, the feast ended, the king returned, and when he saw all his idols shivered in pieces, he inquired who had perpetrated the mischief. Abraham was named as the one who had been guilty of the outrage. And The king summoned him and questioned him as to his motive for the deed. Abraham replied, I did not do it. It was the largest of the idols who shattered all the rest. Seest thou not that he still has the axe in his hand? And if thou wilt not believe my words, ask him, and he will tell thee exactly what we see in the Quran. Then it says this. Now the king was exceedingly wroth at Abraham and ordered him to be cast into prison, where he commanded the warden not to give him bread or water. But God hearkened unto the prayer of Abraham and sent, guess who? Gabriel. But the only time Gabriel ever appears, the first time in the Old Testament, is in the book of Daniel, centuries after Abraham, not in the book of Genesis. So sent Gabriel to him in his dungeon. For a year the angel dwelt with him, and provided him with all sorts of food, and a spring of fresh water welled up before him, and he drank it. At the end of the year, the magnates of the realm presented themselves before the king and advised him to cast Abraham into the fire, that the people might believe in Nimrod forever. Thereupon the king issued a decree that all the subjects of the kings and all his provinces, men and women, young and old, should bring wood within 40 days, and he caused it to be thrown into a great furnace and set afire. The flames shot up to the skies, and the people were sore afraid of the fire. So sounds very much like Daniel 3 imagery. All the people groups can't worship this 60-cubit statue. If you don't, you throw it into a fiery furnace, and they get scared of all the fire. Now the warden of the prison was ordered to bring Abraham forth and cast him in the flames. The warden reminded the king that Abraham had not had food or drink a whole year, and therefore must be dead. But Nimrod nevertheless desired him to step in front of the prison and call his name. If he made a reply, he was to be hauled out to the pyre. If he had perished, his remains were to receive burial, and his memory was to be wiped out henceforth. Greatly amazed, the warden was when his cry, Abraham, art thou alive, was answered with, I am living. He questioned further, who has been bringing thee food and drink all these many days? And Abraham replied, food and drink have been bestowed upon me by him who is over all things, the God of gods and Lord of lords, who alone doeth wonders. He who is the God of Nimrod and the God of terror and the God of the whole world, he dispenseth food. And again, you can see on it goes, right? The miraculous rescue of Abraham from death by starvation and the thirst convinced the prison keeper of the truth of God and his prophet Abraham, and he acknowledged his belief in both publicly. Now notice this, prophet Abraham was never a term, the word prophet was never a term in the Old Testament, was never a term applied to Abraham until this post-Christian rabbinic literature. The king's threat of death, unless he recanted, could not turn him away from his new and true faith. So I'm going to skip all the way down. Let's see. Skip. Okay, so they bound Abraham and so on and so on. At that moment, Satan. Now, what the heck is Satan doing in that story? There was no Satan in Genesis. Still disguised in human shape, approached Abraham and said, if thou desirest to deliver thyself from the fire of Nimrod, bow down before him and believe in him. And he rebukes Satan. Then his mother comes. Finally, here's a highlighted bit.
Yeah.
Right, this highlighted bit. His confidence in God was unshakable. So when the angels received the divine commission to save him, Gabriel approached him and asked, Abraham, shall I save thee from the fire? He replied, God in whom I trust, the God of heaven and earth will rescue me. And God, seeing the submissive spirit of Abraham, commanded the fire, cool off and bring tranquility to my servant Abraham. Now, do you see this footnote over here? Footnote 33? See how it says, literally, may cooling and comfort be granted to my servant Abraham. This is a literal translation of Quran 21:69. But here's all the rabbinic literature. And so, obviously, the scholars are like, well, what the heck why is the Quran verbatim repeating this rabbinic tale, word for word, when it comes even to that?
Exactly. That's because that's exactly how it happened and how it was communicated to prophets before. As I told you, John the Baptist could have narrated these stories. Easy.
What is the evidence?
What do you mean? What is the evidence? What do you think John was doing? John the Baptist was doing during his ministry.
So John the Baptist was A, misinterpreting ore as fire, and
No,
B,
no, no, no.
assuming a whole legend that is not in the Genesis account. So Moses. Notice the serious implications here. What you're saying is Moses himself, who compiled Genesis, had no clue.
That's your assumption. One of the assumptions that with which you work is you're assuming the
Let me
biblical
finish. Let me
the
finish. What you're saying
Bible
is
as
every
the
single person,
measure.
as per the biblical corpus, was absolutely ignorant of this tale of Nimrod, the fire, the catapults, uh, being saved, be cool, be tranquility, until finally John the Baptist, with some miraculous, brand new downloaded information. Hey guys, I'm going to introduce something that you guys just do not know about. And then, because of John the Baptist, the
Or
Quran.
Jesus. Or Jesus. One of
Where did
them.
Jesus mention this? Where did John the Baptist mention this?
And not everything Jesus mentions is documented in the gospel accounts, right?
Do you not see that an argument from silence is not an argument?
This is not an argument from silence. What I'm saying is
It
this:
is.
there is information that is not being captured in the gospel accounts, and a lot of information that went or became apocrypha was just rejected by the churches, early churches. All right. I mean, look, the you have to. I mean, the laughter can only be directed at the way the
I'm laughing
preservation of
not
the
at
gospel
mocking
account
you, Daniel. I'm
was
not mocking
was
you.
brought forward.
I'm
Okay,
laughing
or
at the
arranged.
cognitive dissonance at
Yeah.
play here. It's so clear.
It's no look,
Remember,
Rob.
the
Let me say
reason
this:
why I'm a Christian
this is not
is
cognitive dissonance,
data.
Rob. This
It
is
is
not cognitive
data
dissonance, by the way.
over dogma, data over
Did you?
cognitive
Did you?
dissonance. I clarified
By the
to you the
way,
only reason why I became a Christian after 5 years is because of data. I would
Rob.
not become. I'm even more pushed away from the Quran because of its constant reliance on the first 5 centuries of legends that the Quran itself even says that the disbelievers call this fables and tales. I mean, for goodness sake, why, like,
Where else? Look,
you're an intelligent person, and yet you still say that there's a possibility that John the Baptist and Jesus, there must be a saying of Jesus, a lost cue, a lost
no.
saying of Jesus
What do you think?
that
What do you think
preserves
those?
the Abraham being saved from the fire.
No. Answer this. What do you think those Christian pastors or fathers? Where do you think they were sourcing this information from? Were they just manufacturing? Manufacturing?
Oh my goodness, I literally just explained why. They thought, seriously, okay, please, for goodness sake, please just work with me on this. There's one thing before I close the stream. You and I are Hebrew Aramaic speaking people, say in the 2nd century or 3rd century, or even if one, let's just say you and I are in Jerome's room and he's translating the text into Latin. Say we are, I don't know, companions of Jerome, and Jerome is translating it as igni in Latin. And you and I look at each other going, where did he get fire from, Jerome? And Jerome turns to you and says, isn't ore fire? Isn't that what the Hebrew says? It's ore? And you and I go, actually, good point. Yeah, it's fire. Centuries later, we discover Ugaritic cuneiform literature that says ore in Akkadian, and it means city or country. And then if you and I were time travelers of Jerome, like if we were time traveling and then we discover, no, Jerome got that wrong. Oh my goodness, it's what we call a phonetic fallacy. For example, yam in Hebrew is water. Yam in English is an edible plant. They're not the same. They sound the same, but they're not the same. So Jerome, out of sheer ignorance of what the term originally was, just like gopher is not a Hebrew term. Gopher is Akkadian for reed, or is Akkadian for city. But he goes with the fire reading. So if you go with the fire reading, what do you expect tafsirs to then say if they're just reading this translation now? If they suddenly see fire of the
They
Chaldeans,
would not. they would not
Naturally, they'll start
concoct
making up legends about,
they
well, what
would
does it
not
mean to come out of the
concoct
fire?
a whole story just because that word
They
was
did.
misinterpreted to mean
They
fire. Come
did. And
on,
I read it to
that's
you. What was the title of
rubbish.
the work? What was the title of the work? Legends of the Jews.
That's
Legends. There's
okay.
a
It's
reason why it's
okay.
given that title. Because
Legends
these are
doesn't mean it's
legends.
falsehood. Does that mean falsehood?
Yes.
It doesn't.
Yes. It
It doesn't.
does.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
these are
Let us
texts
check
that are
it.
made
Let's check
in
the
time of that
dictionary now.
period.
What does the word? Does legend necessarily mean false? Come on, man. You're
Oh
too
my
much.
gosh. Ah.
Falsehood. No, I mean it's clear. The clear answer is no. It says no. No, a legend does not necessarily mean a complete falsehood. As simple as that. Rob, no, look, I want to ask you this one thing. Did you listen to the debate that I and Chris
Did you
had on
literally
Islamic
not
dilemma?
even hear? No, no, no. I'm sorry. Did you literally not even just hear everything I just laid out with the phonetic fallacy?
No, because you're basically um, pushing a point that hasn't really got substance behind it. Just because Reynolds wrote a paper in which he sort of admitted to the sheer
Man,
amount of difficulty, you want to push down that with the simple um, etymological mishaps. It's unbelievable. I can't really buy this.
To quote Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool that follows him? I say that with respect to mistranslations like Jerome's translation. I say that with respect to the legends that were emerging and the scholars, everything that I've just cited, bring this out. I'm say that in the context of a whole building construction in Urfa, assuming that Urfa was the original location of Abraham's origins. Not, in other words, it's southern Mesopotamia that was his true origins. No,
Do you,
Urfa is the origin, making up the pool, making up the cave, making up where he was saved. It's all nonsense. It's not
see,
true.
you will actually help me to better understand your perspective if you answer my questions. Okay. So I've got some of the questions to ask you, and just to read how you're talking about these things and how you understand these things. You did mention that Quran talks about Adam and Eve being in heaven, which is not the case. Okay, I don't really consider that to be the case. It talks about Adam and Eve being in Jannah, which is not heaven really. Jannah is a garden, okay, and it's very much on the earth. All right. So some of the misunderstandings or presuppositions that you have into the text, you also mentioned Dhul. I don't know whether you are aware that Dhul is Alexander the Great or not, or you have some other legendary idea of who Dhul is. What is going on? What is your idea of Dhul in the Quran? Is he Alexander or no?
He's Alexander.
Okay, fine. So these are not legends. Okay, some of the historians talk about it and stuff like that. Now, exactly these passages that the church fathers are writing, these are church fathers. These are not pagan riddles or mythologies, which can be considered as fables and stuff like that. It's not that. These are church fathers. They are into liturgy, and they are writing these stories as um, homilies where you derive inspiration, um, godliness, dedication to God, and all of that sort of stuff. I'm asking you this simple thing: if a body of liturgical services is writing certain things, are they just fabricating stories?
How did I start this whole discussion? Way at the start, what did I say about the patristics when they spoke about things like the four faces of the cherubim in Ezekiel 1, and how they say, oh, that must be the four gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Or maybe the upwelling stream in Genesis
This
2
is
verse
not like
5.
this. These are not
Maybe
Christophanic
that's
or epiphanic
symbolic of
instances.
Mary and being watered. And what did I
Yeah,
say
these are
that
not
type of
hyper
interpretation
allegorical
means?
things. For example, Abraham being thrown into the fire and being rescued is not a hyper allegorical instance such as the four chariots or
No, 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 no,
things
no,
of
no.
that
What I'm
nature.
saying
They're
is,
not the same thing.
humans are prone to making just radical, fanciful, out of the world.
From the
We
word
do this all the
fire,
time, even today. Even
from the
today,
single
for
word
example,
fire, single word fire,
for example, because of AI, okay, because of AI, have you seen the amount of brilliant, near realistic re-renderings of all the famous scenes you and I are aware of, like Chuck Norris kicking Terminator? You know, like that is not the original scene in Terminator. But then you can do a very good out of the sheerness of your own imagination, because this is what you think should have happened. Oh,
from the
that Chuck
single
Norris
word
kicks the
fire,
Terminator.
Rob,
This
from
is
the
what
single
these
word
people were
fire,
doing at the time.
Rob, from
But
the
some
single
of
word
them,
fire, from the
yes,
single
from a
word.
single word, yes.
No, you're not thinking straight. How you can think about it is in this fashion. The Bible does make a point that Abraham's father was worshiping idols, and Abraham hearkened unto one Lord. Okay, so
Where do we see that in Genesis?
not in Genesis, but in I think a book after Genesis. What is that?
We don't
What's
see
that?
that in Exodus. We don't see that even in Joshua.
Not after the first five books. What's the first? What's the first book after the
We
first
don't see
five
that
books?
in Kings. We don't see that in
Joshua.
Judges.
In Joshua, probably in Joshua.
Well, I just read from
Um,
Joshua 24. What does
you
God
just
say in Joshua 24?
wait a second. Wait a second. Let me find that. Okay. So,
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the comments.
okay, you just read 24. What did you read in 24?
From around verse 2 onwards.
Okay, so that's the biblical premise with which you can work. So basically, Terah
No.
served other gods, necessitating that Abraham leave his pagan roots. Okay, now look, now here is a story where it tells
Wait,
you that
wait,
Abraham's
wait, wait,
background was
wait,
pagan.
wait,
Let me complete.
wait,
Let me complete.
wait,
Let me
wait,
complete. Rob, let me
wait,
complete.
wait.
Rob, you're
Where
working with one word, and
verse
I've been listening to you
Joshua,
for hours together
Joshua,
now, and
Josh,
it doesn't make a
Joshua,
case. And I'm giving you
wait,
something to work with, and you're
wait,
refusing it.
wait. Joshua 24, verse 2, it gives a very specific phrase as to his origin. What does it say?
You want it's is it about the word or that you're
No,
asking me
no.
to?
Well, yes, but what does the Joshua text say?
Okay, let me open that.
It says beyond the.
So what words do you want me to read there? Two.
How about I bring it up? I'll bring it up.
So Joshua said to all his people, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: Long ago, your ancestors, including Terah, the father of Abraham and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates uh,
Ah,
river and worshipped other gods.
yeah. What does
But I looked your
beyond the
father."
Euphrates River mean?
What does it mean?
Ah, this is why all the scholars were confused about the Urfa reference in Christian, Judeo, and Islamic traditions. Because Urfa is not beyond the Euphrates River, it's south. So when in the 1920s, when they actually went into Akkad and Sumer, that vindicates that statement in Joshua, and then discover cuneiform that actually has Ur in all its 5 or 6 other variations, like Uru, Ura. It's like, oh my goodness, it's southern Mesopotamia, not in Urfa. where all the traditions of the fire and so on emerge. So if you're going to rely on Joshua 24 in this whole situation, notice it also debunks the Urfa connection and the fire connection and all that stuff that was happening up in the northern Syrian context.
No, look, you're seeking geological information from that particular word.
Yeah, well,
I'm not seeking that.
not just
what
me,
I'm seeking is,
even the
no, what
even
I'm
the
seeking
scholars
is the
themselves.
subject matter. No, look, what I'm seeking is the subject matter. The subject matter being this: Abraham is subject to a household that has idol worship going on. Okay, that's the subject matter for me. Okay, it's not the
Yes,
geography as such. Now,
yes.
from there, Abraham commits what is called as blasphemy to that culture. Okay, work from there and see how Abraham could have been punished. The
So
connections
does
that
it
you're
say
trying to make
anything
with
to do with
word,
idols
fire,
here? Does
and
it say,
fire,
does this
that's
text have anything to do with the destruction of the idols?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you
Yeah,
have the
well, why
premise
go
to
here?
work with. No, what I'm saying is you have the premise to work with. His background, pagan background, and the sin of committing
So
blasphemy in that culture could be
where does it
severely
say
punished.
that he was, but notice that contradicts the Quran. The Quran says he was always a monotheist. This is saying he was polytheist initially. Does
It's
the
not
Quran
about
ever
when
say he was a polytheist
no,
before?
no, the Quran is not saying he was a polytheist, or the Bible is not saying that he was a polytheist.
Of course
Okay,
the
the Quran
Bible's
does.
where they
However,
served
however, the
other
Quran does
gods.
mention. Let me finish. However, the Quran does mention that Abraham like graduated as a monotheist, like he was wondering as to who was the real God, and he was, all of that sort of stuff. The arguments of who was the real God, whether the sun was the real God, whether the moon was the real God, whether the stars were the real God. So the Quran does have this graduation of Abraham into being a monotheist. Okay, the premise that is important here is Abraham committed a sin in that culture by going against the gods of the culture and tradition.
Where?
For that,
Where does the text say that?
not this biblical text,
Ah,
not this biblical
but
text, but
which?
you have a
But which
premise
text says
here
that?
of the pag
Put aside the
of the pagan.
Quran, put aside the biblical text. Which text says that?
Okay, we just read in the Syriac writings that you just showed.
Not the Syriac writings. I didn't even read
Even
that. I said legends of the who? Legends of the Jews? The rabbinic tales that try to fill in the details that they thought was there but is not there, so they're just making up stuff?
no, hang on. Wait a second. It is the legends. I mean, as you said, it is in the legends of the Jews. That doesn't really mean that they're cooking up everything. Okay, that doesn't mean
It
that.
does.
That doesn't mean
Why
that.
do you think the scholars themselves are like, wow, this looks just verbatim, word for word, what we see in Surah
No, what I'm saying
21?
to you is
Be
this:
cool,
pay
be at
attention.
tranquility.
Pay attention. We have the premise in the Bible here of his pagan origins, and to graduate from the pagan origins. I mean, today people get persecuted. Today, I'm talking about 21st century. People
Dude,
become
dude, dude,
persecuted.
dude, dude,
People
dude.
do
Do you
get
realize
persecuted.
what if you're going to say
No,
he
no, no, hang on.
graduated, what does
Hang on.
that
Let me
imply?
finish.
You,
Stop
as
being
a
naive to
Muslim,
the modern world.
as a Muslim, you're contradicting the Quran. As a
Rob,
Muslim, you're
Rob,
saying he was once a
Rob,
polytheist.
Rob.
The
Wait a
Quran doesn't
second,
say
Rob.
that. The Quran says he was by default the
Rob.
Hanif.
No, Rob. Wait a second. The Quran does give you the impression of Abraham graduating as a monotheist.
Where?
The story in the Quran comes when he sees the Shams. He says, "Is this my Lord?" And he finds out soon it's not. When he sees the moon,
But does it
he
say
thinks,
that
"Is this
does
my
it say
Lord?"
exactly what Joshua says, and that is he served other gods before he was called?
It
Serve.
doesn't. Okay, the Quran doesn't say that he served other gods, but the Quran does lay out a map where Abraham graduates as a
Ah,
monotheist.
okay. Now,
All I'm
just
saying.
quickly.
No,
So
wait a
just so
second.
just
No,
quickly.
let me finish. You
In the
let me
legends
finish.
text, does
Rob,
the legends text
Rob,
say he served other gods?
Rob. That's not even
No,
a
it's
reference.
relevant because the legends text says by default he is already a monotheist. He's a prophet.
Okay, that's fine. What I'm saying is this:
So the
the word base.
legends
I'm not
is walking
arguing.
in tandem
I'm
with
not
the
arguing
Quran.
for
That
the
will come later.
verbatim preservation of the legends of the Jews. I'm not arguing that. Okay, what I'm saying is the elements of truth. have gotten preserved outside of the Bible, which you are not open to admitting, okay? You are insisting only the Bible is the ultimate truth, and there's no truth beyond the Bible. That's your position, and that's a, um, that's not a sound position to rely on, because Bible is internally inconsistent. Okay. Now the thing is this:
Don't just make
you.
assertions like that.
What do you mean? Okay, let's bring up the story,
For
and I will
example,
prove you how it's inconsistent.
for example, the name Abraham. So when he's with when he's breaking up the idols, the Quran itself says that one of the people was like, "Oh, go and ask. It must be Abraham." Is is how his name is rendered there. Go. It must be Abraham who destroyed these idols. As per the Genesis story, and notice here I brought up undevelopment's point here. As per the Genesis story, what was his name actually when he was in this region? He's Abram, not Abraham. Abraham, the name change happens when he has a suzerain encounter with Yahweh post his serving the other gods. Genesis 12 onwards. Now, where do
I
we
grant
see
that.
this non-change? In other words, that his name was always Abraham from his birth in the legends. So the Quran is not even aware, in other words, of the Genesis story. The Quran is basically rehashing and repeating the legend material that do not show this change of name from Abraham to Abraham.
Why would there be a need to change the name? Why would there be a need?
Because the Genesis story is making a point in regards to that though he was called Abram with respect to the Chaldean polytheistic serving context, he is now serving Yahweh, and the name change designates that. Just like in Daniel, in the book of Daniel, Daniel and his three friends changed, their names are changed. Why? To serve the Babylonian deities.
Okay, that's a
Right?
trope that the Bible adopts, because the Bible really functions
That's what the ancient Near East
differently.
did.
No,
That's
that's what that.
consistent. That's consistent with ancient Near Eastern customs as to who your suzerain will be.
Did okay? Did the meaning of Abraham became different to Abram? What
Yes.
is the inference? What is the inference drawn
The
on
point
changing
the point
Abram
is the point is
into
the Quran
Abraham?
thinks the Quran thinks that his name was always Abraham even before Genesis 12.
That's
That's
right.
wrong.
That's right.
But then
No,
I can answer that and
all I'm
say I know
asking is
where the
this.
Quran's getting that
All I'm
from
critiquing
because the
is this.
Jewish legends also
My criticism
mishap
is
on
this.
that.
What value did the change Abraham add? What value linguistically? What value did it add?
Linguistically, it showcased who the true God
Etymologically,
was.
etymologically, how it's different.
So, for example, Sarai is changed to Sarah. It's all connected to this particular deity that emerges, that is
So
is
what
working with them.
linguistic um, consonantal structure defines the change? You cannot
So,
you cannot make a case. You cannot make a case arguing the name change would reflect the worship of the true Lord. You will not be able to establish this.
it
Linguistically,
actually
you will not be
does.
able to establish this.
No, it actually
So
does.
these are some of the tropes with which the Hebrews
Um,
work. The purification is not in changing a person's name. The purification is in changing a person's heart and mind, not changing his name. It means nothing.
wait, I'll just show you.
I just want to ask you, did you watch my debate with Chris on Islamic dilemma, and what did you make out of that?
No, I didn't see that debate.
Okay.
This is the first time I know about you or interacting with you.
Yeah, if you did watch that debate, you will get a glimpse of what I'm saying, how the Bible is internally inconsistent. So you will definitely get a taste of what it is.
Yeah. No, I did not get like if you're talking about in this discussion, no.
Not in this
You did
discussion, because
not.
I did not really bring up those things. if you watch
Then
my channel,
next time when you're able to have a discussion next time, feel free to. I really need to go, by the way, because it's 3 o'clock here. But basically,
sure.
what I'll do is I'll share this statement. This is by Andrew Steinman in his Tyndale commentary. It's one of the latest commentaries on Genesis. Notice he says here, this is with respect to chapter 17, is when that name change occurs. God's change of the patriarch's name to Abraham signifies his promise and also serves as a play on words with his description of Abraham as, quote, father of a multitude of nations. While there are previous instances in Genesis of a play on words associated with the giving of a name, this is the first instance of a person being renamed. The name Abraham means father is exalted, but Abraham apparently means father of a multitude. And sure enough,
those
Christian
are, the
revolution and the
Christian
gospel message.
reconstructions. Those are basically Christian reconstructions of what they would
No,
mean.
that's what
after
that's what the
changes.
original Genesis text is saying. But
How
finally,
about
by the
Sarah?
time we
If
reach
Sarai made
Newton,
Sarah, how would that apply? Now, look, these are the things that are basically can be forged and cooked up without any external supervision or any
no.
external criteria being applied to that. So I don't really pay much attention to it. These are not magnets with which you attract one to faith. Basically,
So Sarai and
the,
Sarah are a play on the term princess in that Chaldean cultural context. What's happening
after
here is
after Sarah was supposed reconciled with the God of Abraham.
Look. I need to go. I honestly
Okay.
need to go. So
Not a problem.
just reach me an email or
It was a good discussion. We
discuss with Chris if you want to have that debate. Honestly, I don't want to debate on modern day debate. I think that would be a waste of time. If you want an actual more wholesome, meaty theological discussion, I'd rather on a platform like Chris's platform. If you want to discuss
Yeah,
binitarianism and two
yeah. Even
powers.
you can actually put out request from your own side to Chris. But anyway, I will definitely send him an email on the topic: Is Jesus the second power in heaven? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I
All
hope
good. Thank you. Have a
this
good
has been
day. God
beneficial
bless.
to everyone else. God bless. Catch you.